All right. Hello. I'm Drew, the unabletable, and I'm having a conversation with Jack, the White Knight who's going to defend Leffen. He doesn't. I can see him. We're having a face-to-face conversation, but he didn't want his face public, which I think is reasonable considering everything that's going on. So I created this really horrible picture of him as a White Knight defending the Dark Triad uh, with some extra pieces. So, hello, Jack.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me on your stream. I'm an anonymous defender of Leffen in this case, but once again, I'm pretty typical for the Melee community. I'm somebody who attends locals but has been online paying attention to this for a long period. And I'm pretty well read with regards to this. I've watched all of the hacks videos, technical franchise. I've read all the details, the initial documents. And with all that said, I still have a different position from Drew on
Yeah,
this
sure.
topic. With mine being that I don't think Leffen really did anything wrong from about 2019 and afterwards. I certainly don't think they should be banned. And I personally don't think he should really even be brought up in the conversation right now. Would probably be my three stances.
We had spent while I was getting audio and stuff fit up. Me and him had spent maybe 25 minutes, kind of shooting the shit. Without doxing, he's been playing a while. He's been playing for 11 years. And so okay, he's clearly written down some positions. Uh,
Take notes.
so what I wrote in my article is this: I'm not per se advocating for Leffen's ban or not ban so much. The article I wrote, so I'll summarize for everyone. I wrote an article called "Leffen Can Save the Smash Community," and um, the argument I try to make is that I'm trying to bridge the gap between there's people who are maybe mainstream kind of figures who are right now pretty quiet, and when they speak up, it's often kind of speaking out against all the hatred and anger and harassment that they see on the platform right now, of which there's definitely hatred and anger and harassment aplenty. Um, and and People pointing, so for example, Cody Schwab pointing to like the horrible things that people say about Leffen, and that um, there's a disconnect where once that side, I don't think they really understand. It looks like a non sequitur. Why are we bringing up Leffen still? Why does Leffen keep coming up? What does Leffen have to do with this? How is he relevant to this at all? This is about hacks. Hacks made about Leffen in the first place. Leffen has never wanted anything to do with any of this. So why does he keep getting brought up? And I try to present kind of an argument for why the people who are angry about Leffen, or why they would talk about Leffen, or why Leffen is getting harassment. And so the argument I make is that Leffen could stop this in a moment. He could apologize. And uh, One thing I try to say, okay, so I guess the argument I make is that he people who are angry feel like Hacks was unfairly banned. That maybe an initial ban was okay, but what he did really wasn't that bad. In particular, a lot of what he said was true, and the constant asking for disavowals of things that are factually true is confusing. And if what he said was in large part true, then it's not really fair that he was banned, especially for the length of time, especially like the way his treatment was had. I think most can agree, and I kind of acknowledge this in the article, that there were problems in the form of the original videos, and I think some punitive action is reasonable. To say, okay, maybe we shouldn't be writing 2-hour manifestos about players. Um, but that The reason he's banned wasn't the form. He updated his manifesto and took away the Hitler references and the anime quotes, and really just talked about his psychological theory of Leffen, that he exhibits these dark triad tendencies. He's Machiavellian in planning, and he's narcissistic, and he's sadistic. Though I believe even in the follow-up videos, he drops the dark triad whole concept, but he does maintain privately that Leffen is at least a narcissist. And so many of us look at the actions of Leffen over decades. They look at how he talks and they think like, this guy is obviously a narcissist. Like, narcissists are 2% of the population. And if I go through my head of like the 1,000 people I know in life or know of or can think of, and I were to pluck the 10 most narcissistic sounding people, like number 2 or 3 is probably Leffen. Of course, it's not like a scientific measure, but we all know it. And so one of the arguments I want to make is that I try to make is that we all know he's a narcissist. And if he is, that means that Hax's message, this psychological theory of Leffen that is like the impetus for his ban, if that was right, then his ban was unfair. And so it's not just a tragic accident. This isn't something that like we couldn't have stopped. It didn't have to happen this way. And that's a phrase I keep coming back to in my mind. Is like, I think that this didn't have to happen this way. I think the people who are angry feel like this didn't have to happen. Whereas the people who are just want to say rest in peace Hax and move on, they feel like, well, there was nothing that could be done. Anyway, so that's the meat of the argument is that Hax had the it was banned over this psychological theory of Leffen. That theory was true. Because he was banned over this psychological theory, that was true. It was unfair. And I then make a rhetorical appeal that we all know it's true. And I lay out a series of actions that Leffen could do that would calm everything down. And point out that at any point in this, he could have apologized for his contribution to things that were factually documented, things that he actually did that were wrong, that Hax brought up. He could have apologized to these, and people would have calmed down. He could have accepted Hax's many apologies, and Hax probably would have been unbanned, and he wouldn't have had any reason to bring up Leffen anymore. I think that it's at least reasonable. The counterfactual, where Hax gets unbanned, he's alive today, I think is. You can't ever predict alternative futures perfectly, but it's certainly possible, reasonable, I think. And so I lay out this whole rhetorical thing of, he could cry in front of us. He could show that he really feels bad about all this. But we all have all these reasons. We all know why he won't do that. Like the moment you start to argue, Leffen should have done this, Leffen should have done that, people have a million reasons for why he doesn't have to do that. Because we all know that he never would. And so why do we know, why do we all collectively know that Leffen is not going to act like an empathetic and understanding person? Why do we know that Leffen isn't going to cry over Hax's death? If I were him, I know I would. I've had friends that stopped being friends and then they died and then they haunt my dreams. So the argument I try to make is that we all know inside that he's a narcissist, and so I make this argument about belief in belief, that the people on the other side kind of believe that they believe Hax was wrong, but when you look at what he said, and you're constantly kind of predicting that Leffen is going to act like this perfect narcissist, it seems like probably we all believe that he's a narcissist, and Hax had a point. Okay, that's kind of maybe the summary of my thesis. Maybe I should have just read the damn thing. Okay, go ahead. And I think you disagree with the article, so you can go ahead.
I read the article quite closely, and first of all, I mean, I have to say it just because, like, obviously it's unbelievable that tragic that Hax died, and people are rightfully angry about it. I don't want to, like, make any indication or belief that I think that people should not express their frustrations about the death, not be angry about it, and not seek any change. I mean, that all makes complete sense to me.
So
And
you
obviously,
just
because this is like a
sorry to interrupt.
conversation,
You you
yeah, yeah.
you agree this didn't have to happen this way. This didn't have to happen.
Uh, that's a very loaded question. I know people say that to avoid answering, but I really mean it's loaded insofar as nothing in history has to happen a certain way. I
I
am
forgot you
certain, and
studied
you're right for
history.
it.
Okay. Yeah. You
There's
were a
no
history major.
reason at all hacks had to die. I agree with that.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that is abundantly true. But when you say if this one event could have been different, I think that's the wrong framing. But before that, we can get into specifics of that,
Yeah.
like counterfactual, no counterfactual. And
Yeah.
just because I'm going to sound like I'm being a rationalist and going point by point, this isn't like diminishing the emotional value. It's just that this is an important moment in the community, and it's good, therefore, to talk about it seriously and like point by point, not just emotional tweets,
Yeah.
because there's a place for grieving and there's a place for discussion.
Yeah.
And
I
I think
am
this is a
gonna
good place to have a
cut in.
discussion
I
about the
am gonna
content.
cut in at times. I don't mean to like. If you think I'm interrupting too much, just
Yeah,
let me
no
know.
reason.
And you can cut in if you think there's an important
I
point.
will. I will
One
interrupt you.
one addendum I want to make is, of course, I'm having this conversation with someone who's studied a lot of history and is going to object to any notion of a counterfactual, or is going to have big opinions on the idea of counterfactuals. Anyways, go ahead.
I actually like counterfactuals a lot as somebody who studied history. But let's just go. I read your article very actually in depth because I thought it was interesting. And I think that there's a core problem with it fundamentally that we can get to. But I think the logic about it that we should go about first is, do you think that Leffen could have made any statement, not your perfect version? Because in the article, just to re-describe it, there's a continuing example that Leffen could have said that he's sorry. He could have gone through the examples of the metagame documentary. He could have recanted every one of his past actions. I think then, of course, the community would view Leffen differently. But my objection would be that this only happens if we transform Leffen, who he is. If like the case is almost like if Leffen were an angel, we would treat him as an angel. And I understand that.
Not
I
like an
think
angel.
that
No, maybe
no,
like.
no, no. This is my main argument is that this is not necessarily a human response. Where I think you are right that if Leffen did all of these right things, he would be right. I think the more interesting way to reframe it would be what's the minimum response Leffen could have done
No.
where it would be sufficiently
Oh.
apologizing. I know
Oh, that
we can
would be.
talk about the belief
Yeah,
not
yeah,
belief metric because you're making a
yeah, yeah.
different point. I understand that your argument is more that people who defend Leffen and say it's a non sequitur have
Yeah.
therefore a certain underlying justification about their belief in Hax's accusations. But I'm saying for you and for the actual moral value of Leffen apologizing or making
Yeah,
some
yeah, yeah,
statement and
yeah.
not streaming guilty gear, what could he have done that would have absolved him? And what's the
Mm-hmm.
smallest amount of action he could have done that would have absolved him if you think that apologizing
Mm-hmm.
carries out that function in the first place?
Yeah. I think saying I wish I had forgiven him.
Okay.
I wish I had
Now, why
forgiven
do you
him.
think that? So I get this. And like,
That's pretty
so,
fucking
okay.
small to say about a dead man that maybe I should have given him a modicum of forgiveness. Maybe.
I think Leffen may say that in the future. I mean, I don't know
Maybe he
either.
will.
Obviously, this is
Maybe he
all
will.
personality
Yeah.
speculation, but I
I
think
think
that version actually could
also
happen, genuinely.
the longer he waits, the it's a function of time. The longer he waits, the more is needed to show that he's not like a lizard brain narcissist.
Can I cast some
Um,
doubt on that? Just to interject, one of my problems with this is that I personally grieve for Hacks when I heard about the suicide attempt.
mhm.
The jumping from I don't want to try the specifics, that's my bad. But
It's
when
okay.
I heard about the initial case of it, in that instance, I pretty much treated he easily could have died at that moment.
Hmm.
And at that time, I thought then the
Yeah.
community should be grieving and should have the same amount of anger they have now.
No,
Now, of course, it's not how death actually
instead
works.
they were really angry at Mech for leaking it.
Yes,
Yeah, that's what we were really mad about, is that Mech leaked that Hax almost died. Yeah.
which is ridiculous. But like, could you not imagine a scenario where obviously you have a very particular understanding of Leffen, but for Cody or for Zane or for one of those more reasonable figures in your mind, that at that point they had already grieved in their head.
Um um in principle, yes. For the people you mentioned, I mean like no. No, I mean I think grieving over a suicide attempt, there's grief. but he didn't die, and it seemed for
Yeah,
a bit like he would recover.
true.
There was some hope. There were long periods of hope, um, and I think one of the reasons people were quiet about it was out of a sense of hope that, like, okay, we just hold on a little longer. He's posting as if he has this new sense of hope. We hold on a little longer, and he'll recover, and we'll move on. Um, so, um, I think you haven't quite made your point. I think that there's some
Yes,
grieving that
I was
people
about to
can
get to
make
it.
about making a suicide attempt, but I don't think that, like, it is quite the same as, like, when the event actually occurs.
Of course, the reason I bring it up in the first place is that my thesis on it, in theory more, is that you're probably right that Leffen has a very particular personality. And it certainly has narcissistic elements. And that much we can treat it, condition it to be true. Even then, I can imagine a world where Leffen is grieving over this. And I don't know why we should treat, especially for a public figure that we know nothing about, other than their public statements, as such a damning certainty when he says nothing. I really think that there's a much more positive way you could spin if
Mm.
you're treating with more
Hmm.
charity.
The damning
His
certainty.
silence around it
Yes, let me explain where the
for
damning
years.
certainty is. The damning certainty isn't over. Uh, it's that if Leffen is a narcissist, then Hacks was right. Then
Yeah.
Hacks shouldn't have been banned. Then this was abuse that led to his death. So it's not just like,
Okay.
oh, this guy is a narcissist in a vacuum. We all know that, and we've all just kind of let it go. It's that his being a narcissist is this critical element. The fact of him being a narcissist and us not being willing to say it out loud, we can say that without even banning him. But our inability to, like, say it out loud and to ban someone for saying it out loud,
Yeah.
led to someone dying. And so there's so I think, yeah, it's go
That
ahead.
logical train makes sense to me. So like I understand that
Yeah,
argument and it
okay, go
makes
ahead.
sense. And I disagree with some of the initial narcissism parts, but that's fine. Like we could go over the specifics. We could talk for an hour about like each point
Yeah,
in
yeah,
evidence at 2.0. And we could do that next week if you wanted to. I'd be free for that. But like the more important claim here is that let's condition all that beginning stuff to be true. That Leffen was an extreme narcissist. Max was right about it, and there's some inherent injustice
yeah.
about the band. And that's the point where people are grieving and angry. I'll accept that for sake of argument. And I still don't think that Leffen should be banned, that he should be brought up in the death, that there should be a torrent of comments against him. I don't think that's the correct response to injustice at all. In the case that he was an extreme narcissist and he was initially right about evidence on SIP, he's not the one who decides whether or not Hacks ultimately is at the tournaments, even if he were to apologize. It's not him, it's a community's responsibility. It's much bigger than one person. And I think Leffen's a useful scapegoat
So
compared to much
then,
larger
can I give
questions,
a
is my answer.
hypothetical?
Yeah.
Let's suppose it's a hypothetical. Leffen in, let's say this was May 2024.
Yeah.
Leffen posts. So this is before Hacks made any attempt. Leffen posts. Okay, guys, this has gone on a long time. It's gotten a lot more serious than I really meant it to be. I've had a grudge with this guy. I've had a lot of history with this guy. I can see he's trying to move on. We're never gonna like each other, care about each other, but I can see that he's sorry for all the shit that he's brought up. I can see that it's destroying him. I don't really want to be at tournaments that he's at, but I think he should be allowed to play the game. I think he should be allowed to play at his locals. I don't think it's a problem. I don't think that he's a threat. He creeps me out. I don't really want to be near him, but I don't think that he's a threat. And I'd like to move on. I'm sorry for any pain that you caused, and I accept the apologies for you calling me Hitler and you implying that I was evil. So
Yeah.
so suppose Leffen wrote that, and then suppose, as a hypothetical, TOs unbanned him. Um, uh, as a consequence of this forgiveness, that the
Yes.
original. So I think Mute has mentioned this, that when the victim never gives forgiveness, then the perpetrator never gets absolution. and that our community is kind of run on this ethic that if you get forgiveness, you're back. If you don't get forgiveness, if the victim doesn't want you back, you're out. There's no path forward. And I think there's quite a few examples of this.
Sure.
So that'd be the hypothetical that Leffen could have done relatively simple, regular, empathetic, mature kind of actions, and we wouldn't be here today.
So I have two disagreements with this. And the first one is that I still disagree with the substance. Even if I think Leffen can be narcissistic, I don't think he is this Machiavellian cluster B type of personality that makes him inherently a bad faith actor who's always seeking to do harm. And so because I don't believe that, I have an issue with the posing of the hypothetical, as I don't think that the reason why it matters if he could have made the comment is that it confirms or denies his personality. I view that as a secondary question. Now, this is my first disagreement, but it's less important because the reason why I brought it up in the first place is about the injustice part. That's what I'd rather talk about. I need to describe some moral philosophy here, which may be annoying, but I really do think that it matters in this case, is that when we deal with human actions, ethics, virtues, and all of that, there's moral obligations. So if you saw somebody dying next to you on the street and you did nothing to help them, you would be morally at fault there. You should have done something. Now, if that person is dying 1,000 meters away and you didn't see them, of course it doesn't affect you at all. We hold ties to injustice as being essential, describing the individual's culpability in it. And then there's a further concept of supererogatory ideas. So there's things that are good for people to do, and there's things that would be amazing, perfect, they're angels. Yes. And so this appears in all the time, like the violinist article has this for abortion, for example. It doesn't matter too much in this case. But I think, yes, of course, if Leffen were to do something that good, it would have been great that he did.
Sorry. I just want to reiterate this term supererogatory. Supererogatory means that it's something that would be good, but you don't have to do. Giving to charity or something. And so my understanding is you're going to make the argument that it would be supererogatory for Leffen to do these things, but he's not obligated ethically to do so.
Exactly. But I think it matters to make this difference because the reason is, and you see this, that grief is really tricky. All these people on Twitter now are claiming, probably rightfully, that they could have done something more to prevent this. But we rarely know what we could do in the future. Being human's really damn hard.
There were a lot of us that were screaming about what you could or couldn't do.
No, I understand, and you're right to do so, but I think there's some perverse psychology going on there that we can talk about later. But my challenge to this hypothetical would be, would you do the same logic for Mango Insane? To say, like these random Twitter comments are doing now.
I have said that they
must have boycotted this tournament.
They should have. Yes, they should have. They should have.
So how then are you blaming them now? So in the same way that this makes you lead to the conclusion that saying
I've called them complicit.
No, but what's the complicity mean is the important part.
It means what's the complicity mean? They stood by while someone was abused and did nothing to stop it.
Yeah. So this is the part where I have difficulty.
And someone died at the end of it. Someone died after a bunch of people stood around watching someone get abused, and they didn't want to speak up because it was inconvenient.
I think this is not appreciating enough how hard these decisions are. I think for every person involved, there's some complicity, but there's also a vast possibility of non-complicity for everybody. And there's no way to know, not to be very dark about this, but there's no way to know that if Hax was unbanned from all tournaments, that he still wouldn't have a suicide attempt. It's impossible to know. And you may say, of course,
but then no one would be complicit in it.
No, I'm saying that these are hard decisions and that they're difficult to predict. And so, yes,
it's not
the complicity here may appear to be very logical. That every member of the community who's
when you're a member
public,
of a church,
Twitter,
when you're a member of the church, and the pastor has, you've learned, molested a little boy, deciding to send them off to a different church rather than go to the local authorities. That's a difficult decision you have to make against your faith to this institution that you're a part of. Yet those in the Catholic Church who chose to cover it up internally and deal with it internally rather than speaking out against the abuse were complicit in a massive abuse scandal that resulted in people dying. So I'm sympathetic. I'm not saying that Mango or Zane are horrible people. I'm saying that they were complicit in abuse. Now,
wait,
you
let
said
me clarify my point quickly.
Okay, but I want to make an addendum.
Yes. Yes,
You
that's fine.
made a lot of points in that large statement, and there were some things that you had said about Leffen that I didn't get the chance to reply to. So after you make your next point, I'd like for you to reiterate. There were quite a few points. You made a lot of different points,
Exactly.
and I only got to
No,
respond to the last
that's
one. But
that's what I
go
was going to
ahead.
say is that so I was actually going to preempt this because this is how good conversation works. Is that obviously I made a two-tiered argument, which is that I don't think that the boost was as severe as described initially, and then I said even if it were, then there's this whole supererogatory obligatory distinction. And the part I think that matters, I think that this probably will resonate with you somewhat, is that if the entire community is complicit, as it seems like you believe, I don't think that the current Twitter narrative or general reaction to blame Leffen individually is just by the same logic. And so obviously we can go back and talk about the
Right.
actual
Okay.
individual abuse, but I'm just
I'm
I'm
I'm ready
taking
to
as a
speak. So
given your
so my
worldview right
point
now.
is
And
not.
I think it's wrong.
My point is that the people who are angry think this could have gone differently because this was unjust. And
Yes.
my evidence that this is unjust is that he was right. I'm not making the
Yeah.
claim Leffen. I'm not saying, oh, Leffen should have done these things. I'm saying his pathological inability to do supererogatory things, good things for other people that you don't have to do, his pathological inability to do so, and that we all know he's pathologically unable to do these things, and we have no expectation of him to, his pathological inability to do these things proves that what Hack said was in fact true, and he was banned for saying things that were true, and hence the ban was unfair, and
Yes.
hence it was abuse. So I'm not actually lobbing moral consideration onto Leffen. I'm not. I personally don't care that much about the repercussions that go on to Leffen. I have no sympathy for the people that are
But
attacking
this
him.
matters. This
We
distinction
can get
matters a
to
lot
that.
because do
Okay.
not think then that mutiking is wrong to call. Oh, just to be clear for the conversation interruption,
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I've let you speak for a long time in the beginning. I'm speaking for long stretches. I'm
Yeah,
allowing
yeah,
you to
no,
speak
no,
for
no,
long
it's fine.
stretches.
No,
That's the
go
reason
ahead.
I'm taking notes. But
Go ahead. Go
I
ahead.
don't
Go
want to
ahead.
act like I'm
No,
denying
no,
anything you
no.
say. But like, do not think that not to be too Twitter focused, Pill, that you said this in reply to this, but like, why do you think it was good for Mutaking to call for a ban of Leffen, for example? I mean, do you think they should be retweeting that at all? If the complicity is the community, and if I were in your shoes, I think that the response makes more sense to say that every structure of this is fucked up
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
should
yeah.
leave, like you believe currently. But do you not think that you should like convince people of that? Because the general trend of
There's
this, in
too
my
many
opinion,
things to convince people of. So there's like 20 different wonderful logical threads to go down.
yeah,
And the one that I chose to go down in this article is that Hacks was right. He was right. He was banned for being right. We all know he was right. Other people can make their. I'm not speaking on in this article an attempt to uh, either harass Leffen or to pressure TSM to drop him or to get the community to ban him. That's a
yeah,
different conversation, and I think it's an interesting conversation, but it's a different conversation than was what happened to Hacks an injustice. And my argument is that we all know it was an injustice, and that injustice is attached to these facts about Leffen that we all know. Like the
yeah.
connection between Leffen and this injustice is clear.
But I got that from your article, and so I
Yeah.
think it is important to make that distinction. But I appreciate it. Just for me,
Hmm.
I feel like uh, the general community response should be more thinking about if it were an injustice. I'm imagining myself in the people's shoes who are rightfully very angry about
Or
this.
with
I think the
torches.
injustice they should be it should be channeled into better directions, in my opinion. And I think that if people advocate for banning Leffen, they'll be wrong to do so. It'll be a bad action. I think people who scapegoat Leffen and make it seem like he's the reason for all of this will be wrong, or many of the reasons that you described in their own worldview. And
I
as a result, I think that people should be thinking more about this and
so
just thinking harder
if you
about
want to
what
change
they
the
think
topic
is
from
complicit in this.
so we can
No,
talk
no, no,
about
I'm
different
fine not doing
no,
that.
no, I'm happy to
Yeah,
have that conversation. We can move on. So my article argues, and I'm happy to move on
I
from
want to talk
this.
about the article more.
Well, let me speak to what you said. So if you didn't want to say what you
Yeah.
said, you shouldn't have said it. So I'm going to respond to what you said, and then
Yeah,
we
yeah,
can
go
go
ahead.
back to the article. But um,
Yeah.
so as for what the community should do or how they should respond, um, which is a different topic than whether or not what happened was unjust, because Leffen is in fact a narcissist, and we all know it, and Hax was right. Um, is there value in the mob carrying pitchforks and scapegoating Leffen? Well, on one hand, it's not a total scapegoat. He could have stopped this. Um, uh, I think that there's a psychological mass trauma going on within the Melee community, and I think that uh, uh, they have to find a way to, if either there's going to be either there's going to be a literally permanent section of anti-fans who are going to harass every Melee player forever, or they're going to have to bridge the divide. And I think one way to bridge the divide and to say, I'm sorry, and to say, maybe Hax was right, we shouldn't have done this, is to say, Leffen has tried to destroy the Smash community. His inability to do this has destroyed the Smash community, and to scapegoat him. Yeah, I think that there is probably value in scapegoating Leffen, so to speak. That is, there is mass complicity. There is mass complicity, and if we were to pick one person who's the most morally bankrupt of all of this to scapegoat it all on for our own psychological well-being and our ability to collect together, Leffen is probably the person. Or it could be the NYC TOs, maybe. Could be them. But they're kind of spread across multiple people. It's also probably not that painful for Smash to do it because he doesn't even play the game anymore. So it's probably not that hard.
But
So if the argument is from the health of the community, I think that from a tribalistic standpoint, actually, this scapegoating of Leffen, I think that there's a psychological value to it.
uh, so I think there's a couple of key elements in that response. And the one that I think people should get out of this is that if there were a community-wide effort to recognize not just that it's a tragedy and that like it's paralyzing, people should put their hands up, but there's things that people need to do about it. So clear ban processes, any kind of clarification around
Yeah,
it,
yeah, yeah,
recognition of Melee's, parasitic nature and the way that it can ostracize
yeah.
people, and some apology from players. I agree with all of those, but I disagree strongly with the last step of ostracizing Leffen. And so I think that in general, if you bring up, those other elements that I think have some strong
Yeah.
community bandwidth that people believe, I think that the community can move in a better direction, and things like what happened to Hex could have been avoided by a
True.
different mechanism than just Leffen individually changing who he is.
I
But again, I
think.
actually disagree with the Leffen responsibility part. So I want to go point by point of that later.
Yeah. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I'll never let you have the last word on a topic. So if you want to get back to that, you're going to have to forego a response and go back, or we agree on some kind of part to disagree. But you make a big statement, I'm just going to respond to it.
Yeah.
So, um, um, clearer processes. All this is clearly good. Um, I think okay. You don't think anyone's head has to roll, so to speak. No one. Someone died in a mass abuse scandal. No one has to resign. Say this were a company. Say this were a company, or a church, or the government. A massive abuse scandal, the likes of which we've never seen, with mass complicity. No one has to resign.
My answer is that resigning would probably make people happy. I don't know if it's the good answer. I don't know if it's the right one.
Yeah, yeah,
Where,
yeah, yeah. What I'm
if all the
arguing,
key guys step down, I don't know if that's
I'm
the
not.
best outcome.
I'm also not advocating for any of this because I'm not a part of the community anymore. I've quit the game. I'm never
Sure.
playing the game again. I'm never going to watch a tournament again. So I'm talking about this from the outside. For what could this community do to try to achieve some unity? And they're probably going to. If we say this shouldn't have happened, that means people did wrong things. I think the
Yes.
And if the issue is this mass complicity to not speak up, to not do anything, maybe we should make a list of, let's order a list of who was the most complicit, who are the people that could have done one supererogatory thing and fixed the entire thing? Who are people who could have, through one minor act of compassion, fixed this entire thing? Let's make a list of those people, and we all collectively order it. And whoever's at the top of that list of the people who could have sacrificed the least and fixed this whole thing, for the sake of unity, we let their head roll. They resign. We agree. I think that someone resigning is a symbolic statement that lets everyone agree this was wrong. This should not have happened. If no one resigns, we're not saying this is wrong. This shouldn't have happened. If there's no punishment, for, I don't know if punishment's the right word, but that's justice. That something like that has to happen. I don't know if it's Leffen, but I suspect Leffen was really central to this, and it's basically on his behalf that everyone was completely quiet the entire time anyways. Like, no one spoke about it anyways in order to defend him, and he took advantage of that by basically being relentlessly silent, and he lied about hacks. He said at critical moments that hacks never apologized to him when he had. I guess, like, because it's not like Leffen just did nothing. He did a lot of, like, very passive actions that were very successful at keeping hacks out. So it's not even like he did nothing and he was complicit for not speaking up. I mean, I think he actively did a lot of things that made this worse. Yeah. Anyways, okay. So let me summarize the argument and distill it.
Go ahead.
As no longer a Melee player, looking at it from the outside, and saying what could this community do to achieve some unity between two sides that are very, very, one side that's extremely angry and one side that just wants to move on. That side that just wants to move on politically is probably going to have to throw a bone to the really angry side. They're going to have to acknowledge that this was unjust. It shouldn't have happened. And I think that Leffen, you make a list, and I think we're all going to end up putting Leffen at the top of that list. Yeah, that would be my argument. Make a list of the people that were most complicit, who, in a counterfactual, could have changed one or two very simple things, and this all would have gone completely differently. And they didn't, because they didn't have an obligation to. But it just so happens that they chose all these things that they didn't have an obligation to, and turn it this way. Yeah, go ahead. Or you can pivot, you can pivot to the other topic of the article, but it's your choice.
No, I mean, okay. I do want to respond to this one more because I think I need to make like a thesis statement about it, which is that I think that the nature of this, when people say it's tragic, is that there's certain fundamental human characteristics that ensure that despite our best intentions, terrible things happen around us. And that's the nature of tragedy. And so my answer would be that it was not that individually the New York City's TOs were the single person responsible, or that Leffen was the single person responsible, all the top players were. But that there's some collective action problem when you combine people together that results in pernicious results. And so my answer would be that, yes, you're right, that people claiming responsibility would make people feel happier. But I think that exact impulse, the part of us that makes us want heads to roll, is an essential element of the tragedy in the first place. I think you're advocating for ostracization and bullying to solve the problem of ostracization and bullying. And this isn't like a non-violent spiel that like nothing should happen. No, it's that making that list would be terrible, would be fucking awful for the community, you know?
Yeah, okay, so one, maybe don't write down the list. That might not be good.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a hypothetical, ethereal, platonic list. And the point of it is that if we were to make this list, we all agree who would be at the top of the list. And we don't necessarily need. Okay, one of the first things you said is you said this stuff about tragedy. I actually agree completely. And that's why, for the most part, I've objected to people describing it as a tragedy. A tragedy makes it sound like there was nothing we could have done. No. My point is, it didn't have to happen this way. And it was obvious it didn't have to happen this way. It was extremely obvious it didn't have to happen this way. Like, for years, it was obvious it didn't have to go this way. And so the people on one side want to say, this was a tragedy, rest in peace, hacks, and they want to move on. The other side is saying that this was a massive abuse scandal that killed a beloved figure. And you could call it tragic or not, but you pointed out that that there's this implication of tragedy, that there's no one exactly at fault. I think there's a lot of people at fault. Now, okay, so how do you say when there's a bunch of people are at fault, how do you get, it's as if the fault is diluted across all of them. But the problem is that when someone dies, it's as if the pain of it is infinite, right? And so they all share a lot of blame. You mentioned Mango or Zane. Zane, now I think Zane, I don't really advocate for like bullying them or anything. I think Zane should come out and say, I wish when EE had brought up hacks, I had said, yeah, unban hacks. I wish I had said that, and I'm going to have to live with the fact that I didn't do that for the rest of my life. I think he should say that. And if he said that, I give him all absolution. I understand. We all understand why you didn't speak up. But the people who didn't speak up, need to acknowledge that they should have. That's, I think, at the pinnacle of it. And I laid out, in fact, the kind of thing Leffen could do where I think he could get this absolution. That was my entire point, is that Leffen could in this. We all know that he won't. Leffen could get absolution from this. He just has to demonstrate that he's not a narcissist, that he can feel emotions and remorse. He just has to demonstrate that he can feel remorse. We all know he can't. We all know he can't. We all know he won't.
Can I ask a question about this? So I have two comments about your statement. Hopefully that was interrupting too early. Is that
No.
one of them is that I would claim that you're probably being uncharitable to the people describing it as a tragedy, and that for most of them, they're grieving really hard about it. And personally, I am certain all these people, we're both certain of it, but it needs to be said to the audience that these people are internally torn up with it. I'm certain that many of them cried, lost sleep over it, and thinking deeply about it.
I'm going to interrupt you and comment on this.
Yeah.
There are some figures who I called complicit, and in DMs, I've apologized for, on the day of Hax's death, expecting them to acknowledge their part in his death. The people who were close to him probably psychologically just have to grieve. That said, I mean, what do you like? I think the framing that I'm using for this is your local town. Everyone goes to the same church, and everyone looked the other way while the pastor molested boys or something. Everyone looked the other way. One of the boys killed themselves, and it was like kind of an open secret. And people did what they could. Okay, so I actually want to add to the complicity. So one of the ways that people who are like good people, that are like kind people, end up being complicit is that they go to the victim and they provide the victim support. So a lot of these people say, I talked to Hax privately. I offered him all these things. That's not what Hax needed. Hax was being abused. He needed you to stand up for him. And he was begging for you to stand up for him. So it's as if everyone went to the boys who were molested and said, hey, here's some support. I'll pay for your education. I'll pay for this. Just stop talking about the pastor. We can't do anything about the pastor. He's too important. We can't do anything about him. Please don't bring him up. I'll support you. I understand. I know it's a lot. I know it's too much. These same people have referenced how like Hax liked them. And so like, how could I be at fault? This is something someone said to me. I don't want to name names, but someone said, like, I talk to Hax every day. How could I be at fault? Like, he liked me talking to him. And it's like, well, that boy who's being abused, and then someone comes in and treats them nice and supports them, but all their actions functionally sweep for their abuser, they're going to be very sympathetic to that person. That person is, in a way, the closest thing to being on their side. But they enabled the situation. They enabled the situation even through their charity. Their acts of charity enabled the situation rather than...
The only question I have with this then is that in this hypothetical that you're drawing out, and the reason why I had some difficulty with your belief about belief article is that if Leffen had made that statement, now obviously I don't want to call Leffen the pastor in this example, but if the pastor had come out and apologized perfectly for his molesting of the kids. Again, I'm not calling Leffen the pastor.
Yes,
but this is the problem I have with this example.
Yes.
Is
the
that
community
if
is the
had
pastor.
done that,
The community is the pastor. The community is the pastor.
Exactly. And so if the community, every single leader, every TO made a statement as good as your Leffen one and perfectly described their problems and their fault and did nothing after that but make a statement. Do you not then think that there already is some value in the community inherently? Or they just did the right things but just said the wrong things?
So Leffen wouldn't be the pastor in this scenario. They would be the closest friend of the pastor.
Sure.
And if that closest friend of the pastor said, oh my God, I looked past so much shit. I'm going to have to live for the rest of my life with this. They'd find forgiveness. They would have to deal with this regret or whatever. But they would find forgiveness. Yes, the actual pastor,
why would they actually?
Why would they what?
Why would they fight? This is something that I actually think is a little troubling about this
example. Can you find an example of someone who was merely complicit, who didn't personally do the abusing, but was merely like complicit in that their actions kind of allowed it, but they were in this... I think because we all... Okay, what I think is happening is I believe that you're sweeping for abuse. Not to like really get at you or try to poke you with knives or whatever. In that you're saying like, well... how could we expect forever from these? And it's like, yeah, the situation was complicated. I get that. They need to acknowledge that despite the complications of the situation, their actions swept for, allowed abuse, and they could have done very simple things that are, in hindsight, really obvious, and it could have been different. They need to acknowledge that it could have been different. So Cody Schwab, I wish, would say, it could have been different. It could have been different.
He said that on the stream, essentially, in my opinion. He said something very close to that. And it's that he's been working behind the scene, and he was talking to all the TOs, and the unban was going to happen soon.
I spoke to him on his stream. I spoke to him on his stream. He said that I could interview him, but he said he needed to pre-read all the interview questions. And when I started asking him some of the questions, he started saying that they're way too pointed, and he's not going to like answer them. As for, I think Cody, despite being, I bring up Cody as an example of someone who displays regular human emotions and was harmed by hacks and managed to forgive him. And I think in some, Cody's not the first person I want to talk about because he was harmed by hacks, and in fact, he went above his supererogatory need by expressing gratitude towards hacks. However, he is yet complicit in this way, and he could have stopped this. Yes, he could have done a boycott and said, I'm not entering these tournaments until hacks is unbanned, and hacks would have been unbanned, and we all know it.
I have a question for you then.
Oh, wait. I have something I want to add. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to add something to this. When I brought this up to him, he said on stream, like, how would I know that would even work? Maybe I would try it, and then a tournament just gets canceled. Yeah. And to me, it's like, are you fucking kidding me? A tournament gets canceled? Oh, no! Yeah. Like, these people still don't understand how serious this situation is. They didn't take... If you, for a moment, really took seriously how seriously sensitive the situation was, the calculation of whether or not a tournament, Oh my god,
Yes.
a tournament would get canceled because I boycotted it. Um, it's just completely absurd in comparison to hacks dying, and not even from a totally sociopathic lens of the destruction that the short term, like how short-sighted it is from a sociopathic lens, the destruction that hacks dying causes to the scene compared to a tournament getting canceled because you stood up for something you believed in. So, anyways, go ahead.
I'm actually really glad you said that. And I'm probably the wrong person to give this advice, but if anybody wants reading to do, there's a great short story by Ursula K. Le Guin called Those Who Walk Away from Omelos. And there's also a really good section from Dostoevsky's The Brothers Karamazov. And it's about
No
200 pages in.
spoilers.
It's called Ivan's Revenge. Uh,
I've been
you'll see when you
reading.
get there.
I've been reading Dostoevsky.
If you get to
Okay,
the
go
Brothers
ahead. Go
Karamazov,
ahead. Go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
the rebellion chapter, you'll see exactly why I'm bringing it up. And Those Who Walk Away from Omelos is great on this too. And it's that you're right. There's something so deeply evil about a group of people living life normally, and while there's something fundamentally evil going on underneath you. And in my opinion, there's something that the human brain just like can't conceptualize about it. And so we use every excuse we can to come up with like addressing the fact that something as terrible as an unnecessary death happened. And so I agree completely with that. Like I don't want to diminish the value of it. The problem is I just don't think that like our brains are built to address it in a normal human way. This is why grief is so hard and irrational. Is that like people have to come up with excuses in their head. And so I don't really blame Cody for saying the
Oh,
imperfect thing there.
okay.
You know?
I actually do think that our brains are capable of it. I think a big part of it is social media and the fact that everyone is
Yes.
not talking to people they disagree with. I think a lot of this would have been solved if, for
I
example,
agree.
if we were in the also Bobby Scar made a post saying
I didn't see that.
I feel like there was nothing I could do. That pissed me off because Bobby Scar, the man who would run an MIOM campaign and
Yeah.
then get us into Evo, um, we could have cleared this up in one MIOM episode. Literally, we needed the people to discuss openly and transparently all the factors of the situation because a big part of the problem was that there was so much stuff happening behind closed doors. All the people
Yes.
on the other side are complaining about like, oh, there's so much misinformation that's being spread about. Yeah, you guys are secretive as fuck. You guys have made the information landscape horrendous. So you guys are saying
Let me
like,
be
oh,
clear. I agree so
Cody
strong.
was given a date of his unban. It's like, was he? Because the last like
Yep.
public thing is that he wasn't. Like, well, it's not your business. Like Cody screamed at the audience, like, why is it your business to know when he's gonna be unbanned? Well, we're all sitting here thinking he's being abused and he's permanently banned. You guys are complaining that every time you talk about hacks, people freak out. People would have been freaking out so much if they knew he was going to get unbanned. That was one of the reasons people were freaking out. If the TOs had said, oh, he's going to get unbanned September 1st, as long as he doesn't say the syllables Leffen ever again, he's going to be unbanned, everything's going to be okay. Everyone would have fucking stopped. There would have been subathons for hacks. But because all of it was done behind closed doors, anyways, sorry, I lost
No,
my.
I think you're right to be passionate about this. And like, let me be abundantly clear. I think you're right. I think people need people in spaces that disagree with them. That's the only reason why I'm on the
Yeah.
stream to begin with, is because I think
Oh,
that people who
yes.
discuss this are terrible at
So,
advocating. They do not know how to respond to
yeah.
disagreement.
In
It's
summary,
atrocious. You have to listen to other people.
if this had been litigated by our voices in public rather than 140 characters, then I think our brains actually could handle all of this. The other side is still generally not willing to do this, to
So
be clear. So
one of
yeah,
my
go ahead.
problems, though, is that I think two things. One, I think that you just dismissed it by saying it's complicated. I think the case is really complicated, and I keep referring to this. We can go through the specifics later. There's just the permanent addendum that I think this stuff is really hard. But the second more important point on this, and actually doing the philosophy of it, is that I think because the community is decentralized by nature, that you have to have a statement by 30 TOs, they will always have information problems. They will never be the individual actor who's responsible. And therefore, they're always playing hot potato, shifting down
Hmm.
responsibility. But they're
Hmm.
right to do so in a way. And
That's why
one of my
I claim that
opinions,
the complicity is not as much on the individual TOs, but on the people who had platforms
yes,
who stood by. So Bobby Scar, on that list of people who could have stopped this, is top 5. Bobby Scar is one of the only people in the community whose voice can unite everybody. If Bobby Scar had said, "We're going to solve the hacks problem. We're going to talk about it on MIOM until it's solved," it would have been solved. We would have found something that satisfied both sides. But there was there's never been an acknowledgement of a second side. There's never been an acknowledgement of a second side. There's still not. There's
This is why you're
still right-wing
hypothetical.
technical alt-right supporters or whatever.
Like, you're right. People need to address it, and they can't just close their eyes. The problem for me is that fundamentally, I think we will all deal with this in our personal life at some point in the future, is that there's a strong difference between could, so Bobby Scar could have done something, and what he reasonably could have done.
He reasonably could have done that. He reasonably could have done that. Yes. Yes.
Not to start caping for Scar out of nowhere.
I can understand why he didn't. I can understand why he didn't. But you're saying reasonably could he have done it? Yes, he could have reasonably done that.
No, like within his like mindset, like in the same way that you
yes,
construct a person.
If you're in a cult, yes, if you're in a cult, then it's hard to like act independently. But
it's not just that it's a cult. It's that not everybody can be informed about even things that affect them, like their close friend going through something terrible. I assume Scar is just too busy to know about this whole hack situation, and I'm certain of that. That's 1,000% for hacks. For hacks and Scar. Scar cares deeply about hacks. He was like one of his close friends at his wedding. He's cared about him his whole life, and I'm certain that now, having read everything, he's probably feeling much worse than we can blame him for.
He tweeted that he can't believe there was nothing he could do. There's stuff he could have done pretty easily.
It's the wrong language. You're right.
He should not have said that. There's a lot he could have done. I don't expect as much from Scar because he's not active in the community and he is he's a family man or whatever. So yeah, I don't hold him in his high like.
He could have done it, and
he could have.
Ludwig could have done something. Like Aiden Calvin, Ludwig, Scar. Like any of the people have reach could have done something clearly. I don't think that necessarily implies the degree of complicity that you are and the type of complicity that engenders this injustice response. And so one example I'll give.
So I just want to add that once it's abuse, it's not just like, oh, they could have given the homeless man like a dinner. It was like late, it was cold at night and this homeless man okay, yeah, so I walk into Panda Express and there's like a guy begging for food and I don't know that he's like on the verge of death and he's gonna die. He's gonna die of exposure tonight if I don't give him a blanket. If I knew that, maybe I would have. I think essentially you're arguing that was hacks.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I'm saying that that in fact it wasn't. I can see how a lot of people saw it that way, and all the people who saw it that way need to reckon with why they were so delusional, and they need to apologize for their delusions. They need to apologize for... Also, when you have power, when you have serious power over people's lives, you don't just get to be... It's not merely supererogatory. It's not merely supererogatory.
It's a hard word, I agree.
Yeah. I almost said erogenous.
I think...
Not erogenous.
Thank God. I think you're so right about this. And like, we actually align on this one, where my stance is that it's not Leffen's individual responsibility, it's widespread community responsibility, and it's in a deep, really hard, intractable human way that every person needs to look at this death and think hard about. Like, I'm thinking about like why I didn't say anything when I'm willing to talk to technicals like people.
Yeah.
And I have disagreements with them.
I had
go point by point and argue with them. I think you're right to do so.
One thing I had written was that the people who feel like they didn't do enough. The people who don't feel like they didn't do enough are complicit.
I largely can agree. But this kind of sound like I'm blaming you right now. And so don't imply too much on your character for this. But I also think that there's somewhat of a moral crusader impulse that is similar to the I didn't do enough passive impulse. Where for the people who just like watched the franchise video or the technicals video, now they felt they were always right. They were always advocating for hacks. I think those people are as bad as the as the community member
Yeah, yeah,
who
yeah.
thought that Hacks was wrong in this whole thing
Well,
and
what
did
I'll say is
nothing.
that
I
I
mean, the
brought a
people were entirely
sign.
passive or
I
passive,
made
you know?
sign. I handed out hundreds of stickers at Genesis 10 saying "Stop bullying, unban hacks." I brought a sign saying "Unban hacks" to up to the stage to play Bimbo Mexico. He looks at the sign. He's like, "That's
Yep.
cool, man." And then Fendrick Lamar on the mic freaks the fuck out, asks security to take me off the stage while he's on commentary. Unfortunately, the VOD is deleted, but
No, I
there's
read about it when
witnesses
it
to it.
happened. I think you're
Yeah.
right to do so.
Um,
But
no, not just
I'm
that
going
it
to say this
happened.
in
What
a
I'm
sense of
saying is
diminishing
that
you.
well, anyways. Um,
You know
and
what I mean? Like, all
so
I'm trying to say in a way that's not hurtful is that it doesn't make you the perfect
um,
advocate for Hacks because you
yeah,
did
yeah,
good things, you know?
just because I'm a crusader. Yeah, absolutely. And there's people who put much more time into whatever advocacy they try to hacks. And I feel like I didn't do enough. I feel like I should have found the addresses of the TOs and I should have sent them glitter bombs.
But I did absolutely nothing because I mean I can't talk about it at all because I feel responsible. But in some ways, I shouldn't feel responsible, because I'm just
You
somebody who
should.
plays Melee for fun
No,
and
you
has no
should feel
connection to the
responsible.
community. No, no, no. But like, I have a general philosophy. I don't post on any social media.
Mhm.
I talk to people in person. With my in-person friends, I voice the fact I think hacks should be unbanned. I did with my local DAO too. But beyond that, I do nothing because I don't believe in social media as like a good function for communicating human disagreement.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, I'm responsible, but like, I have certain beliefs that would make it so that I would never have that degree of complicity in the first place.
Yeah, maybe you
It makes
should
it difficult for
investigate
me.
those beliefs. If your beliefs make it so that you can't advocate against abuse, that you can't stand up against abuse, that's problematic. It's saying
Abuse
that
really far from me, to be clear. If there's abuse inside my local community, I would do something about it, to be obvious about that. But the problem is that I make my
well,
claims too
you're
small because I'm
arguing
just
that
a
the
local player
people
who does
right
nothing.
next to it have no responsibility.
I don't think they
And
have no
so
responsibility. I think you're right.
I think that you're projecting. I think you're projecting that if you were in their shoes, you wouldn't do anything.
You're right. I think if I were in my
And
shoes, I
so
probably would have done
you're
nothing.
saying that even locally, right next to you, you might not do anything about abuse.
I mean, there's very difficult to deal with these hypotheticals, but I'm certain if I were a TO, I probably would have followed the party line largely while still accepting disagreeing voices. I would have had people argue on the other side of it. That doesn't matter too much. The only reason why I brought it up is that, like, for the vast majority of people who care about this case and are personally aggrieved, they reasonably couldn't have done anything. Like, they could have changed their life to make themselves into somebody who could. I'm surprised you're saying this. Like, you should look at the vast degree of human suffering in the world. Have you
Mm-hmm.
done anything to stop the war in Yemen?
Mm,
There's so many tragedies, genocide,
mm-hmm.
daily suffering
Of
that
course,
it is impossible for us, even
of
with things that
course.
we care about,
But I'm not going
to
to
ever
say
do
it.
everything that we could.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But when Israel blows up a hospital, I'm not going to say it's merely a tragedy, you know.
Yeah, but are you
And
complicit because you're an American? Because we
um,
are all complicit
so
as Americans in
uh,
important
I
ways.
I think every time I post something pro-Israel, I'm slightly complicit in that. Yeah.
It's really difficult. That's all I was trying to say. Is that the complicity is really hard.
I'm not going to disagree that being moral is easy. In fact,
Yeah,
what I'm advocating for is close. I'm not even going to disagree that it is, yeah, it's a moral crusade, and the standard that I'm putting is really high. Um, but the standard was much, much lower until someone died,
yes,
and
I agree.
and that entire time, a lot of people. It was obvious. It wasn't difficult. It's still obvious in hindsight. It's really. um, yeah,
So,
and
so this,
so
this,
what I'm
this, we
looking
had the
for,
same conclusion.
all I'm looking for is that the people who were complicit say, "I'm sorry, I didn't do enough." So Toussaint tweeted this,
Yeah,
um, and there are some New York smashers. So I'm not gonna name names, but I'm doing some interviews.
yeah.
There are some New York smashers who I had approached for interviewing back like a year ago, to speak because they I knew that they supported hacks, but they had life stuff going on, and put it on the back. What do you call this? The back burner or
Back
whatever.
burner.
Yeah, and not even with respect to my interview, but in general. So like Toussaint posted like that he feels a lot of guilt that he didn't do enough, or Mutu King posts that,
Yeah.
and the common thread among respondents is that the people who say this did the most, and it wasn't enough. but they did the most. But at least that's the first. It's the first step. We can't. Yeah, until the people who are complicit acknowledge their complicity. And so you're trying as hard as you can to say no, these people are complicit. No, we couldn't have expected more. They should acknowledge that maybe we should have done more. I understand that we didn't. And I don't think the people who didn't do enough are horrible people. But I think that they stood by while there was a mass abuse scandal for years, and someone's dead now. And they could have stopped it. And I think that has to be, they have to acknowledge it. They can't just be completely bullheaded and say like, oh, I'm just so sad about hacks, rest in peace. If they could have stopped it, they should acknowledge it. They should, because how they're gonna be complicit again.
Yeah. If people get anything out of this, is that an individual person can do so much.
Our voices
and
are
we
so powerful.
underestimate it
It's
constantly.
insane. It's insane.
And so you're totally right about this. Like I don't want to act like I'm saying that none of these people who were complicit couldn't have done more. I'm just saying that at some fundamental level, it's really hard to do this. And it's not just hard in like a inaction, like our brains are weak at doing things, but like, no, you can't expect everybody to go on and to do as much as the person who does the most to do. And it's not just that you can't expect it; it's that like it's almost pernicious to expect it.
I think you can expect the minimum from your friends. I think you can expect the minimum from the people in power.
People in power ought to do it. I agree with that completely. Yeah. And like also to clarify it, I think that hacks should have been unbanned at a clear point. And so one
but people in power are also people with huge platforms. People with huge platforms. Yeah. So
there's responsibility.
There are So the top. So for example, like Aklo, like he could have boycotted a tournament. I don't know if he has enough pull to make the tournament change opinions. He probably has enough pull to ask all of his friends to do it with him, to initiate a boycott. But there are a few smashers whose pull is so large. Oh, or maybe Hungrybox is a funny example. So Hungrybox didn't do enough, but Outside Musicking, he did more than anyone in that he played a serious set with hacks at a tournament. Afterwards, he stood on stage and instead of being photographed in a line of 8 with his trophy, he stood on stage and was arm in arm with hacks, showing his medal with hacks, while they all took figures, and so he normalized hacks being the scene. And that's I wish that he had said like unban hacks, but in my opinion, I always view those pictures as him saying that. Those are the only 2 top players who did anything. Hungrybox, that said, so the people who could send a few social media messages and actually turn it around, Mango could have, for sure. I think obviously Leffen, Hungrybox, Zane, and IBW could. Yeah, they could boycott a tournament, and the tournaments would change what they're doing on behalf of it. Which also we did this because of rumors of a tournament selling out to Nintendo, and we half destroyed our scene in a boycott over this. Now maybe this was our reaction to not boycott things anymore, but I don't think that's true. People. Also, most of the people, you echoed this at the start, most of the people who didn't want to speak up about hacks, right now they claim it's because of harassment, but for the most part, it's because they didn't want their friends to say weird stuff to them. They didn't want the people that they liked to say weird shit to them. I had a lot of conversations, long-form conversations like this that were private about hacks. All my interviews have been with super right-wing people, only because they're the only ones willing to put their stuff out. The left-wing people aren't willing to talk, and it's not because they're going to get harassment. It's because explicitly their friends will be upset that they platformed something or other. Um,
If I could just push
I
the
lost my train of
conversation a
thought.
little bit further,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's just that I think that you're right, but I just want to repeat the point, not to like normalize it and make it like we shouldn't do anything ever. I'm saying the opposite. We have a massive amount of human agency. We can change so many things about the
Okay,
world
what do you
around
think
us.
what do you think we should do? I
But,
mean,
but
okay,
just to be
apart
clear,
from make. Okay, then you have an extra point to make.
just to be clear, I think people should do what's effective in their life circumstances. And I think that if you look at top players, they're people at the end of the day. It's hard for them to know that this is the moment that they should have done something until they have the hindsight to know that for sure. And so I think this is a really tricky topic where, like, I think we could all do more to make the
Okay,
world a better
and what
place.
if
I think it's
even
good to
today
laud
they
people when they
look
do.
in hindsight and they say, nope, maybe a tournament would have got canceled if I spoke out. I couldn't do that.
I mean, I definitely think that's the wrong phrasing, but I know for a fact Cody
Wrong
did a
phrasing.
lot. And like, I can't blame Cody. You don't either. And so, like, even if Cody said the
I
wrong thing
do.
there,
No,
it
I
doesn't contain much
do
culpability
blame him,
afterwards.
but it's with nuance. There's
Yeah,
nuance
exactly.
to
It
it.
took
I
nuance.
don't think that he takes the situation as seriously as it is. Okay, the phrase, uh, it didn't have to happen. Um, Everything that he says reeks of we did everything we could, and the people behind the scenes did everything we could. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. It's really obvious that that's not true.
Cody clearly did a lot. A lot, a
Of course
lot, a
he did a
lot.
lot. The person who provides an apartment for the abuse victim on the condition that they stop talking about their abuse is doing an act of charity for the abuse victim. However,
Yes.
they are also stopping that abuse victim from advocating for themselves and speaking out. And if that abuse victim ends up killing themselves, then they unfortunately their act of charity was an act of complicity.
Okay, let me bring up some contradictions for this that people in my camp more would believe. That a lot of people in their mind, I don't know if I believe this 100%, they think that the fault is entirely at the hands of technicals, that there's some
Yeah.
element of decentralization that made this inevitable. And then finally, I think that this was a complicated case, that some of the harassment against Leffen was real, that the chance of unbanning him would risk something bad. And given these factors combined and congealed together, they didn't feel that even if the ban was unethical when it was extended at that one point in 2024, like even at that moment, they thought something bad was happening, but it didn't trigger their moral sense to go far enough to say that next thing, that I need to
Right.
crusade and I need to make
Right.
this a big stance. And I
That's
assume that's the stance
you're
for
saying what
99% of people.
you're saying what could we
This is
expect?
descriptive.
Because I have been in your exact position argumentatively, where in other cases of abuse I've said, what can you expect? They're in a cult. What can you do? Like, of course they were going to act this way. Um, and I'm not asking to destroy these people. Um, but if if your information environment is such that something that's so obvious, you're blinded from being able to act. If you can't speak up against your friends, if you can't act out or speak for what feels kind of right, but it doesn't hit the threshold that you decide to speak out, and then horrible abuse occurs, you did make a mistake. You were wrong. You're not evil. I'm not a Christian, but I'm not
Yeah.
like gonna say like, oh, you're gonna go to hell. Like in my if I were a Christian and I'm like, oh, I believe in hell, like this isn't the kind of thing where I'm like that person's gonna go to hell for. Well, actually, if I were, I would say like maybe you should go to confession and then you
Yeah.
confess. You should find absolution. That I think absolution is possible for everyone here, even Leffen. Even Leffen, I think, could. In principle, psychologically, I don't think he's capable of it. Um, uh, but um, but everyone here, I think, could. They just have to acknowledge that they stood by while someone was abused in front of them, and they didn't speak up. And he's dead
Yeah.
now. Um,
I mean, I think this is a good ending note for the complicity conversation. I think we
sure.
largely agree on it. It's just a question of the extent to which that you expect people to do good things in the world, and also just that like there needs to be some community acknowledgement that something really bad happened. I agree with that 100%. And I think that if people take this and just throw their hands up and ignore it and move on, that's terrible. And I don't think most people in the community are doing that. I also think that there's like an equally paralyzing response that's also happening where people are weaponizing this and using it the wrong way. And we probably both agree on it, but it's a question of emphasis,
We probably don't agree
where I
on
think
it. I think that utter fury is reasonable until I think that the fury shouldn't stop until the people acknowledge. Literally, all I'm asking for is some apologies. I'm literally just
yeah,
asking for some people to post some apologies. Like it's so minimal what I'm talking about. I'm talking about something so
yeah.
minimal for people to just have just a little bit of self-awareness of their part in this. And so
I think this is
if
you're a little bit
people are going
different
to
than a
be
lot of the other people
furious
in your camp.
until I think it's fair, I'm not going to like ask the mob to stand down until. And we went, by the way, we went through like years of mob justice in this community. We went through years
True.
of mob justice in the community. This is completely normalized. This is completely normalized. Now, I spoke out against it years ago, saying that this would come back and bite you. But so, you know, I wish I could make a good meme, but like, Smash community reaping, Smash community sowing, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but so no, I don't exactly want. I have no sympathy for the huge amounts of anger. I think people can say, um, if I mean my line is like violence. If someone is like threatening violence, no. Anything
Yeah.
short of that, um, until someone apologizes. They need to apologize. They have to apologize. And until they apologize, it's not even a question. The pressure should continue until some acknowledgement of wrongdoing is had. We can't even begin to stop until some acknowledgement of wrongdoing is had.
And I have a quick pop question. Is Would a code of conduct panel reappearing have fixed this whole situation?
I don't know who would be on that code of conduct panel. I don't know. It sounds like
It was
I
the one that existed already, like the old one, because they had clear band dates and they had like an entirely centralized view. And my read on this is that it's a decentralization problem. Is the reason why Hax's ban continued as long as it did, compared to that if the code of conduct panel continued to
Yeah, yeah,
exist,
yeah.
they would just
So
had a date
I
and
was
people would have
arguing
known it
about the
publicly.
problem of decentralization, yeah, years ago.
Yeah,
The fix to decentralization is using our voices. A centralized panel could do it, but it turns out that no one really wants to volunteer the time. And then the
it
other side,
existed. It existed
it existed for like 6 months, and then
previously.
the other side likes to say, "Oh, they got bullied out of existence." No, like you can't
Part of the
really.
problem,
What
two
it?
people on the panel were abusers, if you don't know. That's
Oh,
part
I
of the
didn't know
essential
that.
problems of it.
No, I didn't
Yeah,
know
two
that.
people on the panels were abusers who were outed in the whole
Yeah.
2021
So
movement against abusers in Smash Team.
Uh, yeah, so a common narrative is that like they were bullied out of existence. You can't bully an institution like that unless they were like literally sending like images of people's houses and crazy shit.
I think you would understand the reason why.
People saying crazy shit about you on Twitter, block them and move on. Close your DMs so
You
people
definitely
can't
would
DM crazy
agree.
shit. I got
I can tell
doxxed for
from your
asking
moral
people to
philosophy.
not ban hacks. I got doxxed over it. People called my workplace over it.
I can tell that, like, given your worldview, you probably understand why a code of conduct would stop to exist. Is that these are people who are doing voluntary labor and they
Hmm.
get harassed on the internet all the time,
Hmm.
and they have no reason to be doing this
Yeah,
job.
yeah,
And so
yeah.
quite
So,
reasonably,
so
they
I'm saying
say,
that there's
"Yeah, I'm leaving."
no one who has the wherewithal to do it. And I think what they didn't go for very long, and yeah, I think that they were harassed out of existence is a cope. They failed. They failed. That's all we
I
can
think
really
they were
say.
doomed to fail, is my read on it. I think we both
Maybe so.
agree that it's just like you can't expect people to do voluntary, massive amounts of labor on incredibly difficult topics with no reward and receiving only
Um,
harassment over it.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
why would they
yeah.
do it? What's the point?
Well, I mean, uh,
I, but my problem is that
we
I,
can fundraise $100,000 for a summit on the spot. You know, I mean,
yeah, we should.
I
We
mean, we
should have a
should.
code of conduct fund, but of course, like it would create massive problems inherently, like how you reward it. Like, are you rewarding people for the fact that they're punishing them for abuse scandals? And then you have the inherent problem, which is that all of these individual cases historically have controversy associated with them. People are
I
going to
think
continue
one
talking
of
about
the
Zero, Nairo, all of them
yes, the part of that
forever.
is because
The
no
Moon, like
conversation's
all of
been
them have
had.
debates and borders.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, the moon's an interesting one. Yeah. So the code of conduct panel also, I think, that these, I think, uh, okay, if we're going to be talking about conduct stuff generally, um, one issue with the current system has been mob justice, and then often people who are not trained are having to like defend themselves in the gladiator pit,
Yeah,
um, and then they just get squashed. Um,
sure.
and then often their attempts at defending themselves are then used to destroy them further. So that's what's happened with a lot of
Yes.
people. So hacks. No Fluxes is another case of someone who got lolcowed. Their initial ban wasn't really fair, but then they acted pretty crazy after the ban, and then that
Yeah.
was used to like destroy them. And No Fluxes is not like like he should have representation that can argue for
Yes.
him.
I agree.
So I think, for example, this is why in the justice. So I think a lot of stuff that mirrors more the justice system is a system that makes more sense. So
Hmm?
uh, uh, the people who did the wrong thing, they should be able to advocate for themselves and say, I did this, I did that, I apologize for this, I apologize for that, I didn't do this, I dispute that part. And there should be an open place where so I mean I would be in support of like a trial like system. Um, um, and so I think anything where it's done totally behind closed doors by a committee of people who there's an issue that also the I don't really want to talk about politics much, but the community is extremely left wing, especially the people in power are extremely left wing, and then even mentioning this, that'll be used as like evidence that like, oh, these people are so political, but like a really common theme is people being upset that like right wing people are latching onto this, and it's like that's an extremely left wing perspective. Like to even be upset about right wing people talking about this is like
Yes.
left wing political extremism. In
I
fact,
agree.
for
To be
most
clear.
of this, it has mostly been the people who have been politicizing this has mostly been left wing people. Um,
Yeah.
so there's an issue when a back door kind of with non-transparent committee of people who are all political extremists of the exact same variety uh, are decreeing justice and so on. No, I don't think the code of conduct panel would have been really that great.
So
Um,
this is where I'm struggling a little bit here, is that I think you're right, but we do need some general goal to aspire to if we think that the community fucked up severely here, which I agree. And it's strange to me a little bit because at moments you have some descriptive qualities where you'll describe mob justice as like a terrible part of the community, but then say when it happens in this case, it already happened before, so it's fine. But the problem with contradictions is that there's an inherent moral value behind it, which is
mhm.
that ostracization is bad, mob justice is bad because it produces bad results and leads
Yeah,
to
yeah,
bullying, you know? And so like if you just hold it by the principles, I think we need to come up with some idea for what the community should do for bans in the future that's different. And I think the problem is that this is why people say there's nothing they can do, is that I don't think either the two of us, if we sat down right now and we talked for 3 hours, I'm not sure the system that we would come up with would be better than the
So
decentralized system that really screwed over hacks in this instance.
regarding mob justice, I think the common argument has always been um, that like you're free to advocate for consequences for people, you know, and speak your mind. And if someone do something wrong, you can hold them accountable. And I think the public holding people accountable is fine. I think even a lot of the mob justice that happened in the Spanish community could be fine. It just has to kind of stop at a certain point. So when someone admits fault and tries to move on, we shouldn't keep
Yeah.
harassing them or whatever. Um, uh, um, so, um, yeah. The people who say, I'm sorry, I wish I had done more, I can't believe this happened in front of me, I don't want them to get harassed. I don't want that to happen. Those are people with self awareness who are trying to grow and realize that they fucked up. No, that we should. The fact that there's so much harassment going on is because all the people in power are so bullheaded. They're so bullheaded and will not admit that they did anything wrong. Now, part of it is that you admit you did something wrong, you're going to get demolished. But that's how it was
Yeah.
in the past. I don't think, though, that that's the case here. The people who say, I wish I had done more, are getting sympathy. Because also everyone does know this was a hard situation. Everyone knows it was a hard situation. They just want to see people kind of acknowledge, well, I could have stopped it, or I could have helped. I didn't, and I regret it, and I'm going to live with that. So anyway, that's what I have to say regarding mob justice. That's what I say regarding mob justice. You made another point after that. I don't recall what it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to bring up again, so it's perfect that's brought up. Is that my challenge is that I think over the course of the conversation, a lot of your approaches have been slightly individualistic, when I think that the root of the problem was the decentralization. And we would agree on that. But so my issue is that even if an individual person like Leffen were to apologize and all the people in the world were to apologize, the problem was with the band structure. It wasn't that like the TOs should just acknowledge that they fucked up and that they should have advocated more.
The acknowledgement of it opens the conversation. So
yes,
we can't talk about we can't talk about the band structure until we admit that something went wrong. We can't even say that the band structure was wrong until we say something went wrong. So
you're right,
it's a non-starter. They have to apologize. Once they apologize, yeah, we can talk about the structural issues that led to this. And there's a lot of them. And everyone knows that there's a lot of them. But that conversation can't happen until the people in power who caused this to happen, or who stood by while there was abuse, until they acknowledge their complicity. And once they acknowledge their complicity, and they then a conversation about, well, what now? What do we do to make sure this horrible thing doesn't happen again? That can't happen until it's acknowledged that something horrible happened that could have been stopped. As long as the attitude is, this is a tragedy, there was nothing we could have done, then there is no talk of solutions.
I disagree with you on this, because I think we both agree inherently, if they change the band structure, they will acknowledge they did something wrong. But I'll go back to your article. This is a belief about belief problem here.
Yes.
And
okay, so, you're right. Okay, actually, no. I agree with you. I want to get ahead of you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I agree that if they instituted amazing changes, but they just never said the words "I'm sorry," that would be tantamount. However, I don't think it's possible to do this, because it has to be done through like a long form dialogue, and that dialogue can't be done in this like crypto secret self-protective way.
But I do not think it will be done through the mob that's currently going on Twitter. And I think that the Twitter discourse is now leading to the exact problem that we described in the beginning, is that now the TOs will just never discuss this problem with anybody who disagrees with them, because they see it as a mob who's out to attack them. But I think we both agree.
They're going to suffer for it. Their viewership is going to crumble. Their community is never going to recover. Maybe the people with power should finally mature just a little bit and stop being so short-sighted. They should mature just a little bit. They should listen just a little bit to the criticism and acknowledge it just a little bit. Now you're saying, well, they're just going to go inward and everyone's going to move to Blue Sky where they can moderate everything. It's going to be Blue Sky and Reddit, and they're going to moderate everything. And I'm going to say, then they deserve to be mocked forever for their complicity and lack of awareness. Yeah, they should grow up a little bit.
So, okay, here's our difference, is that what I expect to be a possible good solution that may happen is I think people will look at this and reconsider how the ban happened. I think all the TOs who are involved with the ban, if anything happens similar to this in the future, this would be the first case that they think of. And I imagine that there could be, I don't know if it will happen, if there was a moment that was like like, we need to do something about what happened in this ban here, and the community got together, the leaders met, and they came up with a better ban process. I think that'd be better than them all individualizing, apologizing.
Okay, I guess I want to say I think the problem is deeper than just we need a couple more rules. We just need a couple more rules. If we just change the okay, I'm a lib. I'm like libbed out of my mind, and even I'm not such a like a centrist lib cuck to believe that like, oh, we can just like, if we just have like a couple rules that we all follow.
And why do you think saying sorry is enough? That's my challenge. Why do you think saying sorry isn't
enough? It's not sufficient.
Then what happens?
It's not sufficient.
What happens after?
Hold on. It's not sufficient.
Okay.
It's necessary. It's necessary. It's not sufficient. It's necessary. nothing can happen until the people in power apologize. When they apologize, they can continue to have their goddamn power. They need to acknowledge that this should not have happened this way. And they are never going to create, like, also, and those rules, these hypothetical rule changes. So, one, I don't think it's a matter of just rules. I think that there is, like, much deeper underlying psychological problems going on here.
Yes.
I'm not religious, but, like, there's, like, a spiritual issue. It's kind of hard to
There
exact.
is.
It's not like I can pinpoint one particular thing, but there's like a cultural. There's a deep cultural issue that goes beyond just we change the rules. New rules would be good, but justice is not done by creating like the hacks money appeal rule. And yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think we can move on until there's justice, and there can't be justice. Apologies aren't going to create justice, but it's required. We can't until they acknowledge that there is a problem. Yeah. Okay, I feel like I keep saying this though, and you like kind of agree. You agree, and then you say like you just disagree kind of with how. It seems like you just disagree with how strongly worded I am. You just don't want me to say.
No.
Am I just being too mean? Am I too supportive of people being mean?
Don't you make my disagreements clear? So, like, I think that the current backlash that we see on Twitter and the internet is counterproductive and wrong. And as a result of that, I do not think it will achieve justice. I think the approaches that will achieve justice are people talking to each other, to fostering local Melee communities more rather than leaving them. Okay. In my opinion,
you are putting the responsibility. You're putting the responsibility for justice on the furious mob rather than the supposed responsible people in power.
It's both. It's the community. It's clearly both. Everybody knows it's both.
Okay,
this is like
the mob can start acting better when the people in power act better.
Yeah, but like every individual audience member could have done more. I'm just this individual audience member, and you said that I could have done more. Everybody can. I mean, I think this is an approach that often happens in politics where, you know, we can imagine that the top level Melee players are like,
you know what? You know what? No, they're not. No, you.
I turn my light on. Go ahead. I can take it.
You are making the same. Okay, I'm gonna pivot a little bit. This is gonna sound like a non sequitur. Your expectations of the side looking for justice are so vastly higher than the expectations on the other side, and this has been the case for the pro hack side forever. The expectations on hacks have vastly eclipsed the expectations on the other side. Hacks was responsible for every single person that ever said something nasty to Leffen. And every time someone says something nasty to Leffen, Hacks had to apologize and disavow. Meanwhile, Leffen never had to apologize. We don't expect him to do anything, ever. How can we expect? What can he do? What can he do? He's just a poor little boy. What can he do? He's just a little Swedish gamer boy. What can he do? Meanwhile, Hacks is responsible for every person who supports him. Our side is like, it seems like, your expectation is still that our side is, has to be infinitely responsible. Meanwhile, your side can literally bully someone till they die. Well, you're shaking your head because I said your side. I understand that you supported Hacks to be on there. So, yes, okay. So for the audience that sees the White Knight, he's shaking his head.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm partially speaking to the people that you're defending.
I think you're
the
right
dark
to do
triad this. That you are standing with your sword defending.
Let me announce it clearly that there is a problem in the Melee community with acknowledging disagreement. That people who have non-standard heterodox opinions can be afraid to talk right now, and that's very bad. Just from all the content we can
or
see.
Even people with regular opinions are scared to talk.
Of course. Yes, and I do think there is an extremism problem. Politically, I don't really care about it that much because I like arguing with people about everything, and so I can have fun with it. But I understand for many people, it'd be deeply alienating to be in the community. I see the David Kimball posts, and I agree with them that if you were a normal Christian in Smash, you'd feel deeply uncomfortable in a way that people aren't willing to acknowledge. And I think that's a problem. But I think my issue with the approach that you had just now is that you have to see both sides of it. not to sound like a typical censorshipist,
Mm-hmm.
is that there's something really evil happening on the
Mm-hmm.
bandwagon camp too, even if they're claiming justice. They're doing something that's not right. And I am sure of it. Not to get
Can
too
you give
into
me some
like,
examples? What are they doing that's not right? Give me some examples.
I was going to get into a long non sequitur. This is a fake person. They may not exist. I have no idea. This is the fear that people have for the death threat part, which is a whole nother conversation. We took an hour about it. But like, do you read about the Twitch streamers who have like delusional stalkers who happen
Yeah,
for
yeah,
years? And
yeah,
like
yeah.
almost every streamer has them, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like I imagine for some of the melee players, like there's probably some delusional person out there who's like, this is their one obsession to like have a diagnosable mental illness that causes them to obsess with this over anything else, and they can inflict real harm over it, you know? And there are people that I see post on the internet that I'm really scared
Okay.
of
All
for those
the
qualities.
all the like pearl clutching over like our side is gonna cause so much harm. Like fuck you. A man is dead because of your side. Like all this pearl clutching about platforming so and so, or you need to disavow these crazy people in your audience that are gonna cause so much harm. It's that side that has left someone dead.
I think this is a rhetorical tactic here because I know you
Yeah, yeah,
agree
yeah,
with
yeah,
this.
yeah.
Is that many of the people on the right wing Twitter are like bad? They're like not good actors, and so I'm not gonna call them politically bad. I don't care about their politics. I call them right wing Twitter. I'm just grouping together a general. It's somewhat conspiratorial. It's somewhat overly negative. It can be quite hateful. They have
Yeah,
their
yeah.
own personal
You're
problems.
asking
Like
me to
you're not
weaken.
associated with them, I know.
I'll associate with them.
But like,
I'll talk with
you know what
them.
I'm saying is that you're not dumb,
I'm
but
not
you would
them. Yeah.
agree that like the groypers who will listen to this like have some problems that aren't just their politics. It's like the way that they approach human interaction and empathy, you know?
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. 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 Um. Um.
Okay, my big beef all comes from the goddamn technicals videos, which I know it's the wrong place to be frustrated right now. But just to extend some charity to people who would be in my camp more, I think a lot of people would place the entire blame on technicals, which is also ridiculous. And let me just restate to be clear that the melee community
I'll
needs
defend
to look at
technicals.
itself.
I'll
People are
defend
complicit on it.
technicals.
Like we can finally have the
Yeah.
Leffen
No. Let's talk about
disagreement debate
technical.
then.
Let's
Is
talk
that
about
like
technicals. No. Let's talk about
let's
technicals.
go through the
Okay. It
Leffen
sounds like
technical
you're
stuff.
talking
Is that
about
like
technicals. So
yes,
let me give
I am talking about
my
technicals.
broad sense of why I guess I'd say I support technicals.
Okay.
He speaks up when he sees he speaks up when he sees something that's wrong, and he documents it, and he talks about it. I'm pretty sure he said some pretty offensive things. I'm pretty sure he's transphobic, for example. He's kind of crypto about it. Um, and he has not that large of an audience, but he has like his own audience, and so he so people aren't wrong when they say that like technicals can make a video about you, and then suddenly your replies are gonna be filled with all these people that like, do they play melee or not? I don't know. Are they even part of the community? Um, uh, although, well, I don't want to get into the whole like post your
Yeah,
smash GG
I
thing
agree. I
because
agree.
I think that's a cult thing,
Yes,
basically.
it
But
is a cult thing.
yeah, it's a cult thing. The whole like, oh, these guys don't even play melee, and it's like, well, yeah, like if if the people outside your cult start looking at your shit and it looks fucking crazy, that's actually a warning sign. Like a red flag is like being like, actually, if you were a part of our cult, you would just like see things exactly the way we do. And any case, okay. So uh, Technicals is essentially the only person with a platform that has spoken out against any of these people. And so I can't really be that angry at the one guy who has a platform who speaks out against these
Yeah,
people. These people do what they can to destroy any other platform. Um, and so there's going to be people that he's going to. You know what? Actually, I think his crusade against Nairo is like way too much. I think we should stop harassing Nairo. I think we should let him do his little stream. He, he doesn't enter tournaments. I think it's fine.
yep.
I don't. For example, I think so. Yeah, he's going to crusade against people that I don't think necessarily should be. But uh, um, yeah, it's like I in a way it's like you're asking me to like be responsible for all the bad actors on my side, when your side has like killed somebody. Okay, I'm not really summarizing my argument well. Go ahead, say your thing about technicals. Say your thing about technicals.
Okay, so first on the cult claim, you are right that there's like a strong cult element of Poster Smash GG. But just to give a more charitable interpretation of it, is that I think most people's problem with the technicals and franchise stuff is that these are people who are misinformed. Now, some of them, there's going to be the disagreement, of course, are people who are ideologically fixed on this. They'll never listen to disagreement, and therefore they're fundamentally angry. But for me and most people who talk about it, they're angry about the technicals video and the franchise video because they were kind of wrong about Leffen and they were kind of propagandizing in the first place. Now, the issue is that you're right that they were correct.
I think a person who watched the technicals videos is probably better informed than the people who watched the random, than most of the most of the people who made these decisions stuff, I think actually are not very well informed and don't know many of the specifics and don't know what Hacks said and don't know what Leffen said, and mostly just like read what their friend said on Twitter. And so I think I'm sure that there are claims that weren't right in these videos, but it's a bit like was it when they would do studies back in the day about like people who watched Jon Stewart were like better informed than I think probably there's also a lot of idiots, so there's gonna be a lot of idiots who don't even understand what's in the technicals video. But anyway, so when you say misinformation or that it's wrong, I want to say I think if you watch these videos, you're probably better informed than the average person on the other side. Anyways, go ahead.
But the issue is that all I was trying to make from the initial claim is that most of these people who view them as like drama slop enjoyers or tourists, like the slime insults, is that the implication fundamentally is that they watched the video and they never critically examined it. Now, your criticisms, of course, most of the people who are actually in the Melee community who are more important for this conversation also weren't critically examining it, which I agree with. And I think people should examine it, and something that I did personally. But I think the secondary part's important, that if there's an audience, the single most viewed Leffen video on the internet's the franchise one with like 1.7 million views. And I think it's just like propagandizing slop that's wrong. I can go through the thesis of it, and if like franchise and technicals want to argue about it, I would gladly argue. I just think they're wrong.
This franchise video, I don't know that I watched it. So I can't.
You don't need to.
I probably watched whatever the technicals videos were. I probably saw those. So if you wanted, so I'm not going to argue about it either way. I'm not going to. I can't. We can't talk about that video because I don't know the subject matter. So
I wish I could argue with franchise.
We were talking about technicals, and so I prefer bring up something technicals did or said.
Okay, here's my issue: is that there's issue conflation. Is that people take the problems of the hacks ban, which are legitimate, and we can talk about them. Like, I think evidence.zip, Leffen was bad and should have been banned from Europe. I think it was a controversial case, but it's fucking like 15 years ago. You know, it's like insanely far at this point removed. And people spend a YouTube video that's 45 minutes long. They spend 18 minutes of it talking about evidence.zip 1.0, which in my mind is resolved, even though it's difficult because this is the source of the initial hacks problem.
It's actually not resolved.
So that's really hard.
It's not resolved.
I know, but we can go that in the
why do you know? Claim. Why do you know it's not resolved?
Oh, it cut out.
Oh, yeah.
Repeat what you said. It cut out.
Why do you, sorry, I'm just going to have to pause you right there because you say evidence that zip 1 is resolved. It's not resolved. You said I know, but I think maybe I want you to try to steelman in advance. Why do you think I'm going to say that it's not resolved?
I'm usually pretty good at steelmanning, so I'll make it sound quite persuasive. So, in your opinion, the entire impetus of the metagame controversy, of hacks even making this an issue in the first place, is from evidence zip 1.0. Hacks was somebody who personally perceived that Leffen harassed, stalked him, and then revealed medical information about him later. This is in the metagame controversy in 2019. Sandbox released a documentary that in the eyes of hacks and eyes of people who support him on the 1.0 would already not going in 2021, that already didn't go far enough, and then the entire community rallied around a false telling of the history that villainized hacks and some of the implication when he defended it, but was wrong and was lying, it was unjust, and it was caping for Leffen, as you would say. And of course, this would lead to somebody who reasonably has angry feelings, make opinions about it afterwards.
Let me maybe rephrase it really shortly. It's not resolved. The moment that Leffen uses his audience to harass Samox to censor, the documentary to remove mention of evidence.zip means it ain't resolved. It would be resolved if he had said, guys, I know I looked like a huge fucking asshole, but I've grown up from this. It's been years and I've grown up from this. If he had said that, it'd be resolved. But the instant that happens, he has not apologized for what happened in there. And he's actually at many points said he shouldn't have been banned and that shouldn't have happened.
This is where I say yes and no. Where, like, this is the question of shareability here, where every time Leffen makes a statement about it, he says, I was a huge asshole, but... And so then it's just a question how you interpret that, where a lot of people, yourself included, would say, if you say, I was a huge asshole, but I was right, you're ultimately defending yourself.
No. I'm fine with people giving nuanced apologies.
Yeah.
I'm fine with people giving nuanced apologies. No.
And he served his time.
No.
He served his time over it. He certainly did.
Yes. But, I was an asshole, but you can't talk about it? No.
Who cares about metagame? Metagame's irrelevant. It did nothing. Everybody forgot about metagame.
Why did it do nothing? Because it came out in the era where these fucking crazy people, these crazy streamers with huge audiences can, like, storm it with negative controversy. People were pissed off when metagame came out because they didn't like the way these things were portrayed.
But it was a well-made documentary.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think it was responsible for that. It was a great documentary, but the community is not the same community as in 2013.
I don't blame, just to give like a steel manning of Leffen's position, I don't blame him if he still holds that he was right in evidence 1.0, which may be true for all we know. Like maybe some of his grievances were real, that he would then air them again. Like I can understand.
Go ahead, air them again. We can get back into the facts, but he can't air them, and we're not allowed to get back into the facts. If he wants to air them, he
never called for censoring it. He said, I want to give my side of it. And if you read all the Reddit comments, which I did recently, all of them say it's fine to present the initial case, but Leffen should have had a platform to say his side of it too. Which I think we would now say is true, and also put Max in the documentary. Put everybody in the documentary, and it solves the problem. If everybody aired their case over it. You would probably agree with that.
So Samox removed it in part because of the negative feedback, yes. So Leffen did... okay. Yes, I don't think Leffen called for Samox to remove it. I don't think you have to when you're a streamer. I think he directed harassment at Samox, and the end result of that harassment was that it got censored. And then Leffen didn't go, oops, that's not what I meant. He stopped. It stopped. So I think we can read between the lines a little bit. Secondly, even so, I think it's fair for someone to point out, hey, history was revised a bit. This is what actually happened. And we can say, you're right. You're right, that actually happened, and we can move on. The reason why it's not resolved is because he unapologized for it. He directed his audience to have it censored. And then he did everything he could to deplatform someone who brought it up. That means it ain't over. It ain't done with. If it were over and done with, he could have said, oh, look, it was censored. Maybe this shouldn't have happened. Maybe we should go back to the uncensored. Okay, because you're saying because also you're saying he didn't ask him to censor it. And I'm saying, well, it happened and he didn't say no. Not only did he not say no, when someone said we should go back to the uncensored version, we did everything we could to destroy that guy, and he's dead now.
Okay, my stance of it would be that Leffen was not wrong, even if he called for censoring it. And that the fact that he served his time and has a reasonable disagreement with it, and in my opinion, he reformed himself and addressed the problem, means that it's a separate, independent question from the hack.
You can maintain that, but you can't maintain that alongside evidence that Zip1 is over and done with. If he wants to relitigate it, he can, which he has. And hence, it ain't done. He served his time, and then he wants to do revisionism on what actually happened. As soon as he does revisionism on it, it's back in the public domain.
Let me be clear. I think that if Hacks... Now I'm going to sound like a victim blaming Hacks, which I do not want to imply at all. But if Hacks voices disagreements with the metagame revision, I'm completely fine with it. And I was fine with it at the time. If you look at the comments on the initial hacks video, a lot of people were joking and making claims about it, but many people took it seriously and listened to it. If you rewatch like the initial slime watch of it or the initial Toph watch of it, they take it seriously and say, yeah, Leffen is a narcissist in many circumstances. He goes too far. And they were nodding and agreeing with him in many circumstances and just said, hacks, you shouldn't have phrased it this way. And I think we both agree
This is
on
the
that,
classic
which is that
narcissist defense, is to attack the form of the person criticizing it. This happens
no,
across
I think
a
the
lot
content
of
was wrong too.
narcissists.
I think the content was wrong too in the hacks video.
In that video, there was a lot of highly speculative stuff. So, like, I'm not going to defend. But he later... so the content of it... I don't know. How much later did he do his revision to evidence.zip too?
The first one was like, if I remember correctly, this could be completely wrong, was like 1 week. But then the 20-minute version that everybody refers to was a lot later. It's like months later, I'm pretty sure. So there's evidence that came out. The first, that was 2.5 hours. Then there was one that came out like a week or so later that was unscripted, just talking to camera. That was 1.5 hours or so. And then much later, there was the very condensed, semi-apologizing, also keeping the facts, like short version of it, 20 minutes. And then it got recanted, I think, a year after.
I think I mentioned this in my article. Everyone knows that the form of the original one was pretty wacky, and there's a lot in there to take issue with. But that's not why he was banned, because he fixed the form. So it's the message for why he was banned. And so I'd rather defend the message. So what were the things that in the message, when he recondenses it to the 10-minute January 2024 video, or, you know what, it's been a long time since I even watched the 20-minute. But in any case, if you want to, you're saying he was wrong on the message. If you're saying he's wrong on the message, I'd like you to share. What did he say that was like factually, what were the things he was like factually wrong about?
So, again, I just always need to preface this because people will take this as criticizing hacks. I'm doing it in no way to criticize hacks. And I think there's a charitable reading of this if you hear what I say. I don't think you can do a form content clear separation as you're doing. I think all of the points that he made in his first 2.5 hour video were building on each other and followed a certain logical conclusion. And it was that Leffen is a person who's trying to destroy the Smash community. He's doing it on purpose, it's malicious, and here's the supporting evidence for it. And you can go point by point. I think the particularly ridiculous ones are ones that read his personality too far.
Okay, hold on.
Hold
on. No.
Go ahead.
I just said that I don't want to defend the 2-hour video. I'm going to acknowledge with you that the form was problematic. He fixed the form. He condensed it. So let's discuss the message.
Yes.
So tell me things that you can cite from the 20-minute condensing or from the January 2024 10-minute video.
I'm confused by the no. Because what I was explaining was that I think even the later videos had the same thesis. They had the same thesis that Leffen needs to be removed from the Smash community. I do disagree, though.
Not January 2024, but yes.
I think that there is a slight logical argument here, which is that you can't entirely separate them. That the form and content of it are not exactly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Historian. Thank you, Mr. Historian. Yes.
You know why it matters. Even acknowledgement, right?
Yes.
Like, could you phrase it?
But what I'm saying is that we're not going to get anywhere if I have to sit here and debate whether or not Leffen wore a red Adidas shirt to fuck with us. We're not going to get anywhere.
Yes.
And my real point is that it wasn't really the form that got him banned. It was the message. You want to say that there's a counterfactual world where you want to say there's this counterfactual world that when you disagree, you want to say that there's a counterfactual world where he does the initially revised video and nothing bad happens, and I'm not so convinced of it. I think that it could have easily gotten latched onto anyways. Because what everyone is really upset about is the message, not the form.
I actually have a strong personal conviction the other way, and maybe I'll be able to convince you otherwise. I think if Hacks released his final January 2024 video about Leffen as the initial claim about metagame,
well, it's impossible
nobody would have
that
reacted.
Would be it, because the thesis of that is really not asking anything of Leffen. It would have to be maybe his condensation of the 2024.
Let's combine the 20-minute video and the 12-minute video into a reasonable middle ground
They're
that
different.
only
They have
made the
totally different
points.
theses. They have totally different theses. They're about something
Sure,
totally
okay,
different.
ignore the January 2024 video.
Yeah,
All I'm trying
for
to
the
say
claim you're
is
making.
that
Yeah.
if there were a video that had all the substantial points that you think are true and they were announced to the community, I am so confident, I am certain it would not have led to Hacks being banned. I think the one scenario that it is, and we probably agree on this, is that if Hacks said that these personality traits of Leffen require him to be banned from the community, and then he continued to protest that over time, then he might have been banned. But if that initial video was just metagame was false, here's the act criticisms of it. I have problems with Leffen that are historically true. There's no world he would have been banned. I'm certain of that.
Probably it's. I. I don't know exactly how the counterfactual would have gone. There's a lot of things
But
that
to
could
be
be.
clear, you
So
were
what I want
yelling
to say
about
is,
me over a second ago.
yeah, yeah.
You were
So
yelling
let me
about this a second
say,
ago.
so
And
let me
see that you're
say,
coming back.
I agree, and I'm going to grant that the form poisoned the well. Um, but I think that the poisoning of the well is bad faith. I think it was poisoned in bad faith, and I think because of all the many chances that we had to retreat from the form problems and return to the message problems, how impossible it was, I think that the well in the counterfactual world would have been poisoned somehow else.
I disagree, but you are making my claim again that you can't separate the form and content. But my problem with it is that how do you grapple with the claims from Hacks that he was going through psychosis during that episode and that he largely retracts even many of the substantial comments about Leffen? Do you believe him on that, or do you think he was forced to make that claim?
Um, yeah, I think I wish I could interview him and ask exactly which parts.
Sure.
Um, so, uh, um, so there have been enough leaks that his friends published a month before he tried to kill himself. There have been enough leaks of him saying that he still believes that Leffen is a narcissistic psychopath. That and okay, no, I so this is one of the things that he ran into is that to disavow was very difficult because he does just plain believe that Leffen is like a narcissistic psychopath. And so every time it
Yeah.
came out that he still believes that, people were like, oh, so he doesn't retract. He's not apologetic. He doesn't care. Um, and we're digging into this again. Like this is kind of coming up in what you're suggesting because you're trying to use you're trying to use the fact that he disavowed against me and say that he was forced in all these things. I think
I'm unsure about it. I'm asking a question genuinely. I
so.
have mixed feelings about this.
As so, I think if we would have to make a list of all the claims that he made about Leffen. And he says he was in a psychosis, and I agree that yeah, he's probably right. I mean, yeah, I agree. But if we would have to look at the particular claims. There are ridiculous ones. So I keep going back to the red Adidas shirt. I would bet that that's one of the ones
Yes.
where he would say, okay, I was probably being really paranoid. Here, I was being really paranoid. Um, but if you've ever known someone who's a victim of narcissistic abuse, it is extremely confusing. And that's part of the
Yes.
gaslighting is that like, oh, you're so paranoid. You thought I was doing this, but actually I wasn't. But it's like, I wouldn't, if Leffen, I wouldn't put it past him to do that. It's just so convoluted and weird. I don't think it's likely that it's true. But I wouldn't put it
Yeah.
past him to do that. To wear a shirt is some weird. I mean, also what's funny is that like a lot of arguments against Hacks constantly were that he would do these like dog whistles.
Yeah, I don't care about the dog whistling at all personally. You can say it for the audience, but I agree.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah,
silly
yeah,
point
yeah.
by the people
Well,
who make
these
it.
these common arguments about Hacks were often quite as paranoid about Hacks as Hacks
Yes.
was about Leffen.
Okay,
Um,
can I rephrase my disagreement then? I think
yeah.
that you're only bringing up the Red Adidas example because that's the easiest one. But I think
That's
many
yeah,
of
yeah,
the
yeah. I
in
don't remember
between
them all. I don't remember them
difficult
all.
part.
So
I
it's a
agree, but I
yeah,
think
yeah,
this is my
yeah.
problem
So
with
that's why I
timing.
said is
Like,
you
so
could make a
that,
list. If you made a list, I would go down the list and say like this one's ridiculous, this one's ridiculous, this one's reasonable, this one's ridiculous, this one's ridiculous. Yeah.
I make
And
a
so that's the
pre-statement.
one
It's
that comes to mind is like that's the one that everyone remembers as being like insane. That was really crazy.
one of my big problems with the videos made about the topic is that their main source of evidence is the hacks videos and the implications of it in ways that I personally find to be not as false as Redditist, but in that same category of an accusation that
So
doesn't
give me
make
some.
any sense and seem to be
So
true.
give examples.
So I personally do not believe any of the Me Too parts about Leffen, even if I take an uncharitable part of it.
Okay.
I think Leffen was.
So let
I
me
think
ask.
he did a good thing during 2021,
Okay,
and he was a pillar of the
So I have a
community. And I
particular one
respect
here.
him. He did a
I have
good
a particular one here.
Yes.
Leffen claimed that Zero showed porn randomly to a Japanese player, and
Yes.
the Japanese player in question later testified this never happened. Leffen has never, ever replied to this. It's
Have
never
you read
been
much about the
acknowledged.
particulars of the circumstance? So okay, let me. Some
You can
framing
go ahead.
issues
You can
first.
go ahead. I would love to hear it because I have
Yes.
never in my life heard this
Let's make some
acknowledged. So give
some
me the
framing issues
context. Actually, give
Just-
me 1 second. Let me get my coffee. I'll be
Yeah,
right
you're
back.
good. You're
I'll be
good.
right back.
Can you hear me still, or do I need to wait?
I can't talk.
I'll
My
wait.
microphone is here, so just wait.
You're good. You're good. You're good.
Okay, I'm back with my drugs to keep me going.
I got some water. I'm anti-drug in this context. Okay, so some framing first is that I do not think it's necessarily a wrong strategy from Leffen to not respond to any of this at all. If you treat it in a certain context and treat it charitably,
Strategy.
it makes sense that strategy is a particular phrase that I'm using here.
Yeah.
But
so I want to give you I would like to just give you the chance to
Yes,
rephrase.
go ahead.
Please just rephrase, because otherwise I'm going to freak out on you. So just rephrase. You've got a great opportunity to rephrase it however you like.
I'll be kind to use these words that you like for this. I think Leffen is right to have a conviction that he shouldn't necessarily respond to claims that he thinks are false and go point by point, as it would not benefit him in the circumstance when he sees the entire scenario in his mind as a targeted attack that's false. And so his choice to have total silence may make some sense. And so the fact that he didn't go over the Redditist pants and why he didn't go over the Zero porn case may make sense. I'm personally in the camp that if Leffen were to sit down to stream and spend 10 hours just talking about his life, he would come across better than he would from the silence. That's a very difficult thing to do, and I don't think he can do it as a person. But I think if he did it,
okay, I'd like to cut in.
A lot of things would be revealed.
So the purpose of like media. So say let's reframe it as if he were a politician or something.
Yes.
Then that's the function of the media, is to distill what are the salient points and then to ask him those. So there are some factual things. So I don't expect him to go across the entire thing, but I do expect the people who cover it to try to figure out what are the parts about this that are crazy, and then from the parts that are, is it crazy or is it not, let's actually address it. So when I say that it's never been addressed, I'm not actually saying that Leffen's never addressed it. I'm saying that actually, very literally, nobody on the pro-ban side has ever addressed it.
Yeah. So here, let me...
So everyone has been silent. Everyone has been silent about it.
Could you give me a chance to make a big statement for a second that you
Go
don't necessarily need to reply to? It's kind of a non sequitur, but you got to do it a couple of times. So for me, I don't think that our human brains and our personalities and capacities are designed to deal with social media. I think every social media star deals with this instantly, and it's the reason why they struggle so much with negative comments, with hate. And it's fundamentally, we're tribal creatures. We're meant to deal with 30 people in a band of hunter-gatherers. We do not know what the fuck to do when we have an audience of hundreds of thousands of people. And it results in many perverse, wrong behaviors that are both emitted and received by the social media star. And that's my theory in the first place. And it's the reason why every Twitter engagement goes wrong. And I fundamentally believe it, that if we were in a group of 30 people, we could decide it ourselves. And most of the time, it would lead to better outcomes than whatever's on the giant anonymous mass of the internet and the blob of it. And I think this matters for this Leffen case. And so the second framing issue.
Yeah, now give the thing that's.
Let's go back to. So the first framing issue is that Leffen made a choice to be silent. It may make sense. The second framing issue is that Leffen has a personality problem of always doing N+1. Whatever the problem is, it's always modified slightly up. And it's a rhetorical strategy. I would actually use strategy here because it is somewhat perverse
Yeah.
and he shouldn't do it. Where on the Genesis road trip, he was 16. He said he's 15. Why does he do
That's
that?
funny.
He does it every time. And so if you look at all these statements, this is how
Yeah.
Leffen argues. And everybody
Yeah.
does this to some degree. It's how he attempts to be persuasive. It was bad that when he was a 16-year-old, he was hit for being annoying. That was a wrong that happened, and that's reframed in the Hacks documentary and it's brought up again in technicals. We can go over the details of it. He should not have been slapped across the face by a 26-year-old when he was 16 for being an annoying brat. That was wrong. That's an instance of it. But he also shouldn't say that he was 15 and say that he was slapped 8 times when he was only slapped once. He was wrong to do so.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But that does
So
not
I
mean that the
want to
initial
add
thing is right.
that
You know?
one thing about this is me doing some psychoanalysis. Narcissists actually like being attacked because they get to use it as power. Um,
Wait, okay,
yeah,
I don't want to make another big statement, but Leffen has suffered dramatically from this just from a career standpoint. He's not nearly as popular as he was
Yeah.
before. His YouTube videos are far less successful, and I think that it's largely because of this whole situation. Probably self-imposed partly, but probably not. And so I do not think this has worked. The gambit initially proposed that Leffen is trying to cannibalize the Smash scene and become the largest clearly did not happen.
Maybe I'd like to.
You know?
Oh, you know what? You read Dostoevsky, right?
Yeah.
I have a point I want to make here. Have you read The
Go
Idiot?
ahead. I have not, but I've read a lot about it. I have not read it.
So it stars Prince Mishkin. It's as if a good man appeared in 19th century Russia. What would happen if a good man appeared in 19th century Russia? And everyone thinks he's just an idiot. He's just so stupid because he's so nice. It's just because he's a nice guy. He's just a good guy. But everyone thinks he's an idiot. And he's not an idiot. But that's why it's called The Idiot, is because he's known as like the idiot, but he's like actually a really good guy. And because you see it from inside him, you see that he sees all the shit everyone's doing, but he's a nice guy. And he falls in love very quickly, immediately at first sight, with a kind of borderline coded, BPD coded woman who's very passionate and excited, and or something. It's hard to explain. She's kind of passionate and cruel and broken or whatever, and she's being. There's this other, oh god, I can't remember his name, but there's a second character who's kind of maybe an inverse sort of to Prince Mishkin, or I don't know, a foil friend and foil to him. I can't remember his name, but they meet in the first scene, and then this guy is basically gonna be courting Nastasia Filipovna. Okay, and then the scene, and at the end of the first act, basically, Dostoevsky, like a scene starts and it has like 3 people, and then the next chapter a new person enters, the next chapter a new person enters,
Yes.
and then a couple chapters in you just have this like bustling, crazy, like there's so many people in this scene, there's so much happening, and eventually this tension between both these two figures who are kind of courting this woman begins to bubble over. These two people who like kind of are friends, but also they're competing over this thing. And this guy is much more like, he's like a band, he's like a gang of his own. He has like a gang of followers. And eventually, I don't remember what Prince Mishkin says, but the other guy slaps him across the face. And the whole room goes silent. And then Prince Mishkin goes, I can't believe you've done this to yourself. And then he goes in the corner and like gets all sad, and the entire vibe changes, and fucking hates that guy now. And the point I want to make is that when someone hurts you, often they are going to get hurt way more for it. Often, especially if it's like a singular incident. So, for example, Leffen gets slapped across the face once, and this one incident becomes this like, I got slapped when I was 15 years old 8 times across the face from this abusive motherfucker or whatever, and it's used as a form of power over narcissists. It's hard to explain, but narcissistic abusers, that we always say that they're like play the victim. Well, part of that is that like they gain power from when something, or you'll see it with Trump or something, where, oh, they did this horrible thing to me. It's at Trump getting shot in the ear was very good for him. It was very good. Now, if it had been an inch off, not good for him. But that's maybe the most extreme example. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that often people with this, or not even often these people, actually it happens here in this scene too. There's a narcissistic element. Harassment against oneself is used as political power. So That's one of the reasons I haven't gotten to really elaborate on this. This is one of the reasons I'm not so sympathetic towards the anti-hack side complaining about harassment. So my cat's screaming at me. Complaining about
You're
harassment is that they are actually taking advantage of the fact that they're getting harassment as a pretense to embolden their arguments. And you see on both sides, when someone gets doxxed, there's not really harm that comes to you when you get doxxed. If you get doxxed and then someone goes to your house and then they start taking pictures of your house and they start sending them to you, okay, that's some crazy shit. You're getting some harm. But most of the time when you get doxxed and people talk about getting doxxed, it's actually used as a way of saying, like, look how unhinged people are being towards me. In fact, usually when you do that to them, it actually helps them in a strategic sense. Anyways, that explains some of my background on why I'm actually less sympathetic to the people who complain a lot about harassment. That they're actually using it as a pretense to embolden an argument in a kind of scummy way, or sly, or backhanded way.
I struggle with this one because I think you're totally right. But my issue is, I think we're going to have a fundamental problem in this conversation, is that, in my opinion, you've already decided that Leffen is an irredeemable narcissist, despite the circumstances. And so I don't think even
you can prove me wrong.
I think that I
showed how he can prove me wrong. He proved me wrong really easily. My point, though, is we all know he's not going to.
I disagree. No, I'm saying I think if I went point by point in the evidence.zip case, I can give a compelling case that he's not as irredeemable of a narcissist that you've categorized him in. And I personally think that currently you're somewhat reluctant to evidence.
I don't think that he's irredeemable. I don't think he's
not irredeemable.
I wrote that he could save the Smash community. But
you wrote that if he changed himself fundamentally, he would be a different person. You said that if Leffen was no longer who he was, he would be, like, if his grandmother's a bike, should be a bike type example. Like, if Leffen
he was capable of remorse. No, he doesn't have to say everything right. I gave one example out of a trillion. He could
do you not understand
demonstrate
that there could be a scenario
basic remorse. If he could demonstrate basic remorse, then I would change my mind. Yeah.
I have a simple question. Do you think that the fact that Leffen has said nothing is certain, guaranteed evidence that he is somebody who's not remorseful? And if not, why then do you not understand that this hypothetical provides no reason to conclude that he has to be
whoa, not no reason.
It provides evidence. It shifts the Bayesian,
Exactly. It gives Bayesian evidence. I have given a prediction of what's going to happen. I've given a theory, a hypothesis. And not only am I saying that I'm predicting this, I'm saying that all of us are going to consistently predict in the direction that Leffen is going to act like a narcissist.
Can you see why I'm frustrated here? What's your guess for why I'm frustrated?
I'm not so sure.
You should think more about what the other person's thinking about it. So, in my opinion, if we go through the evidence.zip cases, despite what litigation that could happen, what convincing, how the evidence would update, I don't think it would update your Bayesian calculation of it.
Of Leffen?
Your determination that Leffen
No,
is a certain
I don't
type of
actually
narcissist.
think that... for me, baseline for why Leffen's a narcissist, it actually doesn't descend from evidence.zip very much. For me, it doesn't come from that very much.
I would love to go through the whole case, but let's keep it evidence.zip first, because I was getting to initial framing around the zero porn story, and I want to actually justify that one, because I think that one's actually fine.
Yes. Let's discuss that.
But before I do that,
is it fine? Yes, I've been charitable to that. I think that it's actually not that tough to, he could. Well, let's hear what your charitability is. I don't think that means he's some horrible liar, but I'm saying that that's an example of something that was said about him that he never acknowledged. That sounds kind of like a lie. That was a piece of evidence. So you said that nothing that was said about him and me too, but this was like a really concrete, verifiable kind of claim that I think is pretty true. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, to go into the punch story, I need to say some things that are harmful in this one. I think that, for example, bringing up that story is an indication that you believe that Leffen fundamentally is a certain type of person. And I think that crystallization of a type of person is somewhat fixed in your mind and resistant to changes and adjustment by evidence, would be my argument. And so I think that despite what happens with the C slapping story, there already is a certain literary conception of who Leffen is and must be. And I'm saying instead, you should probably treat narcissism as a more sliding scale and adjust it over the course as you hear more about Leffen.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty clear that you come to a certain
conclusion. He's actually I think that his behavior is really substantially a lot better than it was when he was younger, and I don't think that Leffen is evil. I don't think he's even if he were a narcissist, I actually think he could even find redemption here.
Yes,
Um,
we have the
uh,
same opinion then.
yes. Yeah.
But I still think you're resistant to changing your opinion about him. Which makes
What
sense.
is?
It's like frustration and grief. But like, I do not think that there would be any reason for the rest of your life to change your opinion about Leffen, given that you're going to leave the Smash community, not care about in the future. And in that regard, I think you're similar to most people who watch the technicals video or the franchise video, in my opinion. Which is that if you cast a certain image of Leffen, it explains all problems with him.
Well,
Well, in my opinion,
but
it's
you're
just
getting to me
complex. It's difficult.
now. You're getting to me now. But it's like this is like a sandcastle that's been like slowly.
Yes.
And so there's like a long and there have been times where I've gone up and I've gone down on how I feel about Leffen, and I have updated my opinion of him many times over the years in both directions. There have been times where Leffen, yeah, it's not an entirely static thing, but I am pretty sure that I mean, I wish he would go to. Maybe he's been in therapy. I don't know, but I don't know.
My stance on it.
I have.
So I agree with you, Dan. I feel bad for characterizing it so negatively, but I still think that you're probably more resistant to change than other people about the opinion of this, which makes sense because you've read more about it. You know, like you've thought more about Leffen than other people.
Yeah, I had to come to terms with like yeah. There was a while where no, I think even in the last couple, even after the hack stuff has gone down, what is it like 2023? Watching him like play Sheik and stuff, I was able to like enjoy that and compartmentalize it and see like, okay, he is acting generally a lot better now, and yeah, but
I think it's the right process to do. And so that's like my third framing issue is that people shouldn't treat it as like if Leffen were the type of person that Hacks described, it's a very monolithic binary category. Yes, no, dark triad. And I think that like the clusters are more complicated. There's more verging on it. Think about it a little bit harder. Is my
oh
claim
yeah,
going
I want to say on dark triad. I think the dark triad, so it's Machiavellianism, sadism, and narcissism. And on
Yes.
this triad, but you would display more or less of certain characteristics. So people have pointed to like, well, he's not like that Machiavellian. It's like, that's right. He's definitely much more narcissistic than he is Machiavellian. But I have seen him, and there is like a long documented kind of history of him doing kind of Machiavellian sort of things. There is a history of him being sadistic, and you can see it. You can see on video him like taking glee being sadistic towards people, even in recent history. But he is more narcissistic than he is sadistic, and so that's why I mostly focus on the narcissism thing, because I think that that's like much. I think part of the reason that his behavior is a lot better is that his narcissism is a lot stronger than his sadism and his Machiavellianism, and that being self-protective of his image and so on, he doesn't like need to be super cruel to people. He can just kind of go into his little community of like 300, 400 viewers on Twitch and
Yeah.
play his Guilty Gear, and it's probably fine. Ultimately, it's probably fine.
Okay. Have you ever seen the "This Is Water" commencement speech by David Foster Wallace?
Um,
It's on YouTube. It's a classic. Kenyon College. It's like 2012 or something. No, it'd be
maybe actually yes, maybe I've seen this, but go ahead and.
It's the one. The essence of
I
it
have.
that you probably remember is that like, if you look at somebody when you're driving a car and they screw you over by merging lanes too quickly, you can either treat them a certain way of saying like this fucking asshole just cut me off in line, yada yada yada, lead to rage about them, or you can be somewhat ridiculous. You can do something that's somewhat strange and say maybe this person is rushing to the hospital right now and they're trying to save their loved one.
That's me.
And so
I say
the
that
essence
all
of the
time.
video. Exactly. The essence of the video is that the core practice of empathy is assuming things that sometimes run contrary to how we build expectations around people. And it's important to explore different. This is the whole point of literature. It's the whole point of thinking. People who listen to this conversation probably think it's ridiculous to talk about so many books and stuff. But like, it is important to think. These things are hard. They're not universalizable. You should think about everything in life.
But
And
empathy,
so the only point
empathy is not just being like charitable.
I agree. That's what I'm going to say
what other
about it.
people
Is that you
feel.
can't always conclude that somebody does something good when you're right. There's a subset of people who
Yeah.
are bad.
And so my point
Fundamentally.
is
And,
that
like-
all of us, every time, if we set up an experiment to see how Leffen reacts, we are always going to act. We're going to predict every time the same prediction that someone who thinks that he's an extreme narcissist would do. You may have some other model. You may have another mental model,
Yes,
But your mental model
but the
is going to be
prediction is the same.
isomorphic. It's going to be isomorphic
Yes.
to the mental model
Yeah,
that he's
yeah.
a total narcissist.
No, I
And
understand.
if every single prediction is so, and that's with the so the belief and belief part of the article is someone says, oh, I've got like, come check it out. I've got like a unicorn in my garage. And like, oh my god, can I see it? And they're like, well, no, it's an invisible unicorn.
It's invisible. I'll be the unicorn
Yeah.
defender here.
And then and you're like, oh, that's weird. Well, can I touch it? And they're like,
No,
no,
no. It's
it's
incorporeal.
impermeable.
It's a ghost like.
Yeah, it's
It's ethereal.
impermeable to physical touch. What about like dust? Can you throw dust in? No, no, no. Does it release heat? No, 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 no. It doesn't.
Yeah.
And the idea is that the person making this claim about this, how do I say this? The one who's saying that they believe in the unicorn, they're, I don't want to say acting like, because they may sincerely believe like that they believe in the unicorn, but they have a working model that unicorn doesn't actually exist, and it informs every experiment that they already know how to explain every possible reason that it wouldn't exist. They already have this mental model that it doesn't exist, and that mental model will inform every experiment. I'm not really doing justice to this concept of.
I read the initial article, and I can feel
my
it too if you want.
yeah
I got the point of it.
yeah but anyways, yeah. So the point is that all of us know, and that was just one example. But also the idea was that across that example, I didn't just want to say the whole example. I want to say that like every line, like these cultists who read this, they're going to read it, and every line they're going to have a mental objection to why, like, Leffen doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't need to be nice in this way. He doesn't have to do that. And it's like, well, yeah, he doesn't have to do that. And but like, you're going to construct. I know we're all going to construct every possible reason that he's never going to act like an empathetic, like regular person. And if we all know every time that he's going to always act exactly like a narcissist, we all know he's a narcissist. Or we all believe he is. That's what I say, is that we all really believe he is. Whether he is or isn't, we are all acting like we already know that he is. And we already know, yeah.
Okay. I thought, and I read the initial Yukowski article. I've been a fan of Eliza for a long time. I read some of the Harry Potter methods of rationality as a kid. You know.
Yeah. I was reminded of this because I was rereading it with my girlfriend, and that's why it was on my mind. H.P. Moore.
It's a classic. But okay. My problem is a couple-fold on this example. The first one is that I think your assumption that this confers a belief in Leffen's narcissism is wrong. I think many people have alternative explanations.
Yes,
Leffen has
it's a belief in belief.
But it's not one of narcissism. And so the key part of the belief in belief article is when there's a divergence between the belief in belief and the belief itself. The article even says as much, because it's quite reasonable to believe things that are true. And so if my opinion is that Leffen has a certain personality characteristic that if you sometimes is narcissistic, sometimes it's not narcissistic, it could be used to explain a lot of things, but does not imply that I think that his narcissism extends to the degree that's bad. And that's the issue, is that when you talk to these people, we all know Leffen. We know that he johns.
Right, but I'm not claiming that it extends
right.
to the degree that he's bad. I'm just saying that we all know it is, and hacks to his
My
right.
steelmanning of your position when I heard it was that people must be in denial about Leffen's personality when they cape for it, when they run defense.
I actually don't
and
even think that they're in denial. I think that they know.
Sure.
I think that.
But
if we make prediction, them and me are going to make equally good predictions about the behavior of Leffen.
Okay, here's my pushback. This is probably the boring argument they've heard a million times. I do not think that we can know fundamentally. And I think that you're probably wrong about this. I think experimentally, if you polled 1,000 people and it was an actual instance of Leffen doing something and saying something, not an absence of action, but like Leffen gets asked a specific question, he responds, people will be vastly wrong about it all the time. They would not be able to predict it.
Two things. First, you said you don't think we can know. Yeah, okay. Philosophically, I'm a solipsist. I actually don't think we can know anything. We're fundamentally alone in the universe. Okay, knowledge is impossible. Even mathematical knowledge is impossible. Sure. But ignoring stupid epistemology and meta-epistemology, actually, I think that that the community as a whole has a really cohesive idea of Leffen, and that's why Deep Leffen is so fucking funny. We all have
Yeah, of
like a
course.
deeply clear and unified idea of what Leffen is. A
Okay, here's
parasocial.
another
For many of us,
objection.
it's a parasocial representation.
The objection
But
that I would have is that every streamer, even if they act like they're not, they are a persona and they're projecting something to an
yeah,
audience,
yeah. But
as
you're
all
saying like,
conversations are.
but you're saying like we might predict like hugely different things about Leffen. What I'm saying is that like actually, there's not a deep mango. There's not a deep like actually we actually have a really we're gonna often I think we probably have a more concrete idea about how Leffen's gonna act in such and such scenario. Like Mango's actually very surprising. You don't know how he's gonna act, but we know that if you say something shit about Leffen, he's gonna retaliate. Why do we know he's gonna be always retaliatory? I don't know. I don't know why we know he's going to be always retaliatory, but he's going to be deeply retaliatory. We all kind of guess he's going to be deeply retaliatory. We all guess he's probably not going to apologize for things. We all guess that he probably thinks he's the best at any game that he plays, even when he loses and gets fifth or whatever.
This
I
is
think actually
frustrating to me.
we
It's
have
like,
a really strong and unified mental model of who Leffen is, even more so than
sure.
other players.
So this is frustrating for me because I think this could be true, and it is obviously true with Leffen compared to other players. But does not mean still that our predictions about Leffen would always be accurate. Like I think there's multiple instances I can think of in Leffen's career where he did things that were surprising or strange.
I put
He
out an
defended.
experiment, and he can feel free to falsify it.
No, I think
Oh, but
experiments
you
false.
know which way it's gonna go. You know which way it's gonna go.
But the problem is that you're going to call me a historian again. Is that it's like a null hypothesis about inaction. And so, of course, when nothing happens, it's like you can draw infinite
No, 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 no,
counterfactuals.
no,
But
no.
as
I predict he's gonna say something, but
okay,
I
let's see your
predict
response, mate.
that he's
I think it'll be
not
surprising
going to
apparently.
express remorse.
Okay, well, let's just
We
see.
all we know he's not gonna apologize. He's gonna say
It's
something.
still
Eventually,
difficult.
there's gonna
It's
be
not an
some
essential
statement.
question. But this is my issue with with your belief about belief hypothetical with Leffen, is that I don't think it reflects the fundamental question. And that is, to what degree do we care about Leffen's narcissism? And
No,
to
no, no.
what degree is it
Oh,
harmful?
okay.
It's
When you
not
say
supposed
fundamental
to,
question, that's not the fundamental question of my article.
I agree. I'm
Okay,
saying
okay.
that it can shift
Okay.
the
The
discussion,
fundamental question of
is my
my
response.
article is that
It's about the people who defend Leffen.
yes, kind of. Yeah, partly it's to
Yes, it
bridge the
is.
gap, and then
True. True,
it's
true,
to
true.
explain what happened to Hax was unjust because he was banned for speaking the truth. We all know it was true. What he said, when I say speak the truth, he was banned in large part for a psychological theory, and this has been expanded on by Tios. I think it was the cheat who like really highlighted like he had this weird speculative psychological
Yes.
evaluation that we can't really. So specifically, it was like the psychoanalytic element was like extremely problematic, but he was right. We all know he was right.
Okay, this is the problem I disagree. I'm surprised that you believe this so strongly. So we can go point by point on this. Now, I do want to go back to the 0 point case eventually, but
Oh
we're going to get
yes.
such in this conversation because it's about the article. I disagree. And the reason is that even if our model is right, it does not imply the secondary claims that matter. And so the way I see your argument, and let me say why I'm wrong. I can predict exactly what Joe Biden will say, what Kamala Harris will say, what Donald Trump will say, what every politician can say. It's because they've constructed a set of beliefs and persona that I can predict them. The fact that you can construct a hypothetical where I cannot imagine Bernie Sanders saying a specific thing about
Oh yes, yes,
fucking
yes, yes.
tax
You're
policy
right.
does
Except
not imply
the
anything about his
example,
general beliefs.
but the example that I'm describing is I'm setting up like a million chances for him to act like an empathetic, remorseful person, and
Yes.
we all know he's never going to do that. That's the part that we know he's never going to do.
But this is my disagreement, is that I think he can be remorseful in other ways than the apology. And so I do not think that the claim, so let me rephrase your argument and let me try
Yeah, he could be.
make
He
it in
could
my own
be.
words.
Do you think he will be?
I don't know. I think Leffen is deeply saddened by this, my personal opinion. And maybe it's a
Oh.
narcissistic reason, but I don't think he's
What
so
did you
sociopathic that he
see
doesn't
him?
care about somebody's death. He was streaming
Um,
Guilty Gear before the death happened, to be clear,
he was
before it was
streaming
announced.
Guilty Gear. Yes, but there was a whole 24-hour period where Hax was on his deathbed, And so he streamed when that
Yes.
announcement came out, and then he has streamed during that whole period. And any mention of hacks was banned. And he's like laughing while Mewtwo King is crying on stream. Cody is crying on stream. No, I understand. I understand.
Yes.
There's great reasons for him to act like a sociopath here and to like distance himself from it. I'm just saying
Yes.
that I don't I actually think that the most upsetting part about hacks dying is that everyone hates him for it.
I don't know. And I think the essence of your argument is that if like Leffen looks like a narcissist and quacks like a narcissist, he is a narcissist. And that has
Okay.
implications.
So
And it
then
matters for the hacks.
would you predict that he's going to so do you think that he okay, some baseline things people might do if they're sad about
Yes.
someone dying. Do you think he'll cry?
I have no idea.
You have
We know
zero
nothing
idea.
about Leffen's
Wait.
I really
You have
don't.
no idea. Okay. Do you want to take a
Okay,
bet?
sorry, okay.
At odds? What
Okay.
odds? You've got to have some
Let
odds.
me rephrase it for a more statistical framing. Is that
Yeah.
I do not have confidence in the way that I would frame his result. I get certain I've developed like a beta function around certain peaks and stuff. You know?
So,
like,
so that
not
lack
even
of
I know.
confidence should mean that there exists some amount of some odds that you would take. You would take
Yes,
10 to
a
1
fundamental
odds.
uncertainty.
That
You
he's
can make
gonna
odds
cry?
about everything.
Yep.
Like, this is a difficult thing. Like, yeah, I probably would actually, but it's because we don't know. Like, you know, this is like the classic crisis of masculinity thing. Like, people cry in private all the time, separate from their public life. Like, I have no way of knowing what Leffen looks like when he's at home with his girlfriend and his dog.
That's right.
Like, none of us know that, you know?
That's right. However, I feel like did he cry over the B2 stuff?
No, he didn't. And
didn't
even when he was
choke up?
talking about like, no, even when he got like personally got hit and stuff, I watched those streams quite closely. This is the reason why I'm the Leffen White Knight here. Is I think Leffen was right in the Me Too cases and go case by
Was
case.
there
by now.
no
And I think
moment
to me,
during that where he got emotional? You're saying there was never a
he
moment
probably
where
did once.
I
He probably did.
feel like, again, this was like 3 years ago. I feel like in one of the videos he got like emotional describing like why it was important for him to be doing this.
The one that you're talking about is the same one where he describes his like personal case of Genesis 2 getting hit by the person. And so I bet if there's any video defined as that one, because he relates his personal experience with the general trend in the Smash community. And that's the one where he probably chokes up. But again, I don't think this matters. I don't think this would update my calculation about Leffen. I don't think it's something that's salient to my considerations of him.
Oh, it should update it. You would agree it should update at least a little. Maybe infinitesimally.
Why? So if he cried about it, is he doing it?
Absence of evidence is actually so you're a big LEI fan.
Tell me how to address it here.
Absence of evidence is weak evidence of.
Yes, but tell me. No. My problem is that I think there's contraindicating effects. So tell me if he cried, how did it affect my judgment? If he didn't cry, how should it affect my judgment?
If he cried, that updates you. There's still a superposition of beliefs that updates you.
Sure.
Either he's more Machiavellian than we thought,
Yes.
or he's more empathetic than we thought.
Yes, exactly.
However,
and if he didn't cry,
but I think that the if he didn't cry, I think it does. That is actually, or it doesn't have to be like literally like, but I'm talking about like if you're not autistic, like you look at their
emotion.
face and you can see the emotion on a person's face.
I get it.
So a meaningful emotional response to hacks dying, if nothing like that is seen, that is, in my opinion, a mild update. Okay, because also in a Bayesian sense, the strength of the update actually depends on the underlying confidence, the prior confidence. And so, so if my confidence is like quite high, then him not crying is actually pretty weak evidence. Whereas him crying actually becomes quite strong evidence, even though there's still some uncertainty, because maybe he's Machiavellian. It's actually quite strong evidence that he can experience emotions about other people and remorse.
I think this
so
is
if
where
he did, it would be a large
element.
update. It would be a large update. And if he didn't, it would be a small update. We would go from 90% to 91%.
This is a very
But
okay. I think for the
but
audience, if
90% to
people listen to this, they don't
91%,
understand.
we can keep constructing examples. And you and I
Yes,
are going to
over time.
consistently keep making the same predictions. And they're going to continue to update. And then, yes, there'll be like little bits that pull us back. But both of us are operating under the same kind of feeling and belief that we're going to keep updating in this direction that he doesn't quite feel remorse like you or I do.
Okay, this is my problem with the initial claim of the article, and it's maybe framed in a way that other people would understand, but I know you would, is that my disagreement is that your claim, if people are resistant to updating their priors upon new evidence, like sorry, this is getting way too in the weeds of it. But
I'll
if
say
the
that's
idea
implied.
is that
I didn't really make that claim, but you can say that's implied.
I know, it was
But
from the
I'll say that
conversation.
that's yeah. I'll say that's implied. Maybe. Go
I
ahead.
think the difference is in the priors is my issue. Is that I think people just have different models for how they understand Leffen, and that even if they update the same way, the fact that isomorphic doesn't implicate the fact that people's way of humanizing Leffen is different, and that people have different ways of relating to him and understand his narcissism in distinct
Oh yeah, yeah.
ways.
But I'm arguing also implicitly. Their update system is broken because we have just had
Yes, I understand that.
we've had so because their system is supposed to produce this belief, this belief, this belief, and the event that just occurred is so fucking insane that it actually they are supposed to have a massive Bayesian update in a new direction.
But okay, so this is my issue with the article. Is that I think that it reflects more about your prior than theirs, because you're saying the fact that he didn't respond is really substantial to you, which makes sense. But for most people, have
No, him
already
not
formed.
responding isn't substantial. I get in many worlds why he didn't respond because this
Well, because
is
it
like
fits into the prior already.
no. In fact, I'm
It
not
fits into your
saying
worldview.
that
Let's
he
not say
didn't
prior.
respond. I'm under the assumption that at some point he's going to speak out, and I gave an example of like what might it look like, and we all know what it ain't going to look like.
Okay, I think that maybe I'm being wrong here. And this is a claim I don't care too much about at the end of the day. But my guess is that if you made a pretty good statement that wasn't great, you would probably be more critical of it than you wouldn't be going in. Like I think that the problem is the downward pressure here, which is that
Well,
you've set a
the fact that
very
I
high
gave him
point
3 days
empathy
before I
is.
wrote my article, and then I
True.
described exactly how one would convince everyone.
But
Yes,
your claim is like
yes,
the
yes, yes.
highest degree of empathy.
The longer that he takes, the more that the
Yes,
counterfactual in
the
which he's
Machiavellian thing.
Machiavellian, exactly,
Yeah.
the more that grows. The longer it takes for him to somehow show that he's not a lizard brain narcissist and he can experience emotion like the rest of us, the longer that takes, the more it becomes uncertain whether or not these were sincere emotions. And my point is that
Yeah.
at the point that I wrote that article, he very easily could do this, and most of the community would say, oh, maybe he wasn't as unempathetic as I thought. Maybe he's not as responsible for it. Maybe Hacks was wrong.
I think to be clear, your article is right. But if Leffen made that apology, I think it would be a serious reckoning. And like it would lead to community action. It would be important. It would be like a monumental moment. My issue is that I just think it's not ever going to happen.
Somehow he's never going to apologize. It's weird.
Exactly. And so I think we both agree.
I wonder if
that
there's
it's
a
not gonna happen.
medical, like a psychological condition associated with never apologizing for anything.
No. But okay, the issue that I have is that the fact that you set something in my mind that can't happen, and then the claim is the fact that we all agree that it can't happen has these serious effects on how we analyze somebody. I think that's wrong because you've constructed the case to be as infeasible as possible. I think
No, it's not infeasible. It's not
I really think
infeasible.
so.
It's not infeasible to
Wait.
think that he's going to express basic human emotion. That's not infeasible. It's
No, I think
infeasible
that
if
your
he's a
apology was-
narcissist. If he's a narcissist, it's infeasible. If he's a
not see
normal,
that-
neurotypical person, it's actually like very expected that you would express some emotion.
No, I disagree, and I think this is a rhetorical tactic again because your apology was too good, and I think that he could very likely make an apology that would
Yeah.
be seen
So
as
I
insufficient,
argue
but
not
was
only is
genuine.
my apology, but when I claim that every sentence that you read, you will come up with excuses for why that particular part could happen. So not only my apology,
disagree with that part.
but every possible subset of my apology.
No,
Anything
the
that
issue
hints
is,
in any direction that implies that he should have forgiven Hacks and that there was something he could have done to fix it. Any expression that he wishes that he had done things differently. That he feels like maybe if he had done things differently, Hacks would be different and he'd be happy about that. I don't think he's going to express anything like that. And if he did, I would update big in another direction. I think a lot of people would, but I don't think that he's going to any because that's going to be admitting that he's at all responsible for this. That's going to be showing vulnerability.
Exactly.
And he has, we all believe that he has a pathological inability to show his tummy and his weak spot to other people. Yes, there's a condition for this. It's called narcissism. If you cannot show vulnerability to other people, it's narcissism. If you have to be perfect and strong all the time, it's a personality disorder. I don't know if it rises to personality disorder. It could be subclinical, but...
I have two problems with this. Actually, I have many more, and we could talk for hours about the specific claim, because I think it's an important one to your article, and I still think it's wrong. And the first one is that you've described it as basic empathy to admit complicity. And I disagree. And we had a nuanced discussion of complicity before. It's a difficult topic. And so I don't think that the claim that Leffen be basically empathetic needs to say that he did something wrong is right. I think many basically human empathetic people, as someone you have said, I've not said this. You said that many of these people are empathetic, normal, good people, and yet, as you've said many times,
but they've demonstrated. But I show that they demonstrated their empathy in other ways, and I gave examples of how they demonstrated their empathy in other ways.
This is my problem: is that I think you can model the empathy in other ways in an entirely different scenario than the complicity.
Yes. I'm also in agreement. There's like a trillion different ways that he could show that he feels normal human emotion. Yes, that would be the only way.
If you know, like the truest way that we would all feel is that there's a chemical reaction in his brain that made him feel bad.
But this is something else too. Okay, I don't think though that Cody is incapable. In fact, the reason I'm angry at Zane and Mango and Cody is that I would expect them to be more empathetic and to express some complicity. I'm actually not that angry at Leffen over it because I don't have that expectation. I don't expect that he's going to act that way.
Of course. But my issue is that I still don't think that your hypothetical provides much other than the fact that it's unlikely, in our opinion, that Leffen will admit complicity. I think all the secondary questions of, does this make him a narcissist?
Demonstrate remorse?
Well, no, remorse is difficult too. So I still struggle with it for that reason. Is that like saying I was responsible is very different than saying I'm sorry that this happened. And people hate that I'm sorry that this happened because if you think they're responsible, they're responsible.
Do you think he'll say something like, it didn't have to happen this way?
If he said it, what if he did? In your opinion, that'd be a travesty. It would be evil that he would say that. But I could imagine him saying that.
Wait. No, you may have misheard me. I asked, do you think he might say, it didn't have to happen this way?
Oh, sorry, I misunderstood the opposite.
Yeah.
Okay, it's kind of weird that it is such a common phrase. You're right. Because like the converse of that is like, it had to happen this way. Which is a really weird statement, you know, that nobody would ever say in those contexts unless they're being strange about it.
It is a little weird.
So, but you're right that most people's implications are that it kind of had to happen this way. So I understand your frustration. But
okay, so what about Leffen? No, hold on. No. I'm asking you another one. That's what I asked you.
Go ahead.
Do you think Leffen will say something like, it didn't have to happen this way? Do you think he'll express something like that?
I think he believes that if he thinks about it hard enough. I think if I hopped into a call with Leffen and just explained to him history and contingency, most people realize that it did not have to happen this way inherently, just like by how human nature works. I think even Leffen, like
pause. When someone says it didn't have to happen this way, they're not merely making this like autistic logical statement. They are signaling something. They're signaling it didn't have to happen this way. It shouldn't have happened this way. Is really what they're saying.
Exactly.
And it's the most disconnected and unemotional way to say that this shouldn't have happened. To say it didn't have to happen this way. Do you think that he's going to express anything like that?
Here's my pushback. I think if you phrase
the
question,
answer is no.
Let me be clear first. I need to rehear the question because I kind of blanked it out. But I have an important clarification first. Is that if you say that it should not have happened this way, there are many points of departure and disagreement. This is my historian take about it. Is that if you just say that everything that happened should have happened and was good, you have to agree with every day, every minute, every inaction, every action. And so, of course, Leffen could say reasonably that the code of conduct should have done something differently, or that there should have been a widespread community effort to I don't know, treat Leffen better or something. Like, there's some answer that he has that would be a compromise solution that would stop the tragedy of the death from happening, but also still have him be righteous.
Okay.
And he could still say it should not have happened this way and express remorse in that degree.
He could. He could.
I think he would, to be clear. I
But
think he would. Repeat your question also.
I think saying it didn't have to happen is a way of saying it's the closest you can get to it without personally taking culpability, while saying like we as a community didn't do enough. I suspect I would be surprised if he even suggested that the community at large didn't handle it right. I would expect that in large part the people that his ire is going to be at are going to still be the pro-ban people that are harassing him. I imagine he's actually going to be mostly self-protective and critical of those people. And he's not going to suggest that his side of people like made mistakes and could have handled this better.
I think you're right. I think it's an echo chamber problem. Where I think fundamentally most people in my side, quote unquote, are going to treat this as like solely technicals did something evil and it caused all of these problems, which is wrong and pig-headed and like it's ignorant in all the worst ways.
Okay, so I keep creating these. So in line with the article, I keep creating these like almost empathetic things that Leffen could say that might make us think that he's a little bit empathetic. And you're with me. Those probably aren't going to happen. What are some empathetic things? I want you to make some predictions. So you're defending the idea that Leffen is not a lizard brain narcissist. He's an empathetic person.
Yes.
So make some predictions for me. How is he... Okay, so you do believe. You're devil's advocate. You believe he's a narcissist. No. You're being a devil's advocate right now. You do believe he's a narcissist.
No, the problem is that
I don't want to leak DMs. You told me privately you think that
No, I think he has narcissistic. Read it back. I think that he has many
maybe
narcissistic characteristics.
Subclinical traits.
Well,
maybe he's not.
In the first place,
so maybe he's not like he's not a cluster B personality disorder. He has narcissistic traits. Sure. Okay.
This matters a lot. This distinction is really important. This is not a trivial distinction. This is saying that he's a certain type of person who acts maliciously, is fundamentally bad faith.
Why do we call...
he's a person who has flawed personality traits. It's a huge difference.
It's a philosophical position, really, because
it is
the reason, because you're saying, well, he has these traits that are narcissistic, and you're echoing an argument in the psychological community about calling these personality disorders, because there's something problematic about saying that entire personality is disordered. So if you want to come at this from the angle that personality disorders aren't real, and you are skeptical that narcissistic personality disorder is not a real thing because people who are diagnosed with NPD, actually, they just have narcissistic traits, maybe so. And I think there's probably a lot of philosophical validity to this. But you are basically in agreement with me. We may have a different map. Our maps. So the map, Eliezer Yudkowsky. Okay, if anyone actually is listening to this 3 hours later, there's this map territory dichotomy that maybe the map of a place is different from the underlying thing. Okay, so my sense is in that language, you and I may have different maps and vocabularies, but it seems as if that our territory that we are mentally modeling of Leffen is basically the same thing.
Not necessarily, because again, I want to go through the reason why Leffen's narcissistic in the first place. Because in my opinion, I want to go through the fucking zero Japan stuff.
We can go to that after you tell me some empathetic things that you expect him to do. Make a prediction.
Yes. Okay.
Make some predictions of some empathetic things that he'll do.
I struggle with predictions, so this is a hard exercise because I haven't thought about it as much as you. But I think that if Leffen made any apology that was genuine and sad, in my opinion, that's enough to demonstrate a lot about it. If he went on stream and said, "This has been tearing me up for a long time. I did not feel confident talking about it
really
publicly."
Close to what I wrote.
I agree, but I think the remorse part is the difficulty, and I could see this happen genuinely. That Leffen at some point in his life says, "This is exactly." I agree, and so I think that if he, it could happen though. That's our difference in our models. That I actually could see the smallest version of your claim. And I'm surprised you don't see that either. Is that
no?
Like, he's a bad Machiavellian for not doing it, you know?
Yes. So the So he expresses emotions. Then we enter the superposition where he's narcissistic or he's Machiavellian. Or sorry, he's neurotypical or he's Machiavellian. And then there's you could say there's weights to these. Oh, he's 50% chance. There's 50% chance of this. Okay. So the more distance that you put between him and the events that occurred, and the more distance that his emotions are from the actual person that died, the greater the weight is going to be to that Machiavellian superposition. And so if he apologizes, but the only thing that he expresses sadness about is like people being mean to him, or if that's the only time that I see emotions on this, no, that's probably not the best example. I'm trying to. There are a lot of ways that he could honestly talk about the way that this has eaten him up inside without echoing any message like it didn't have to happen. Like, I'm guessing that there's like it didn't have to happen as a concept. That's not. There's no version of that. That part of my prediction is there's no version of that that's going to come up. Any sadness that he feels, any sadness that he feels is going to make it extremely clear that this is sad for the community. All of you people lost a hero. Mental health is really important. This is why people should go to therapy if you're feeling depressed. I also suspect that there will probably be some time spent talking about that Roach technicals or something. I wouldn't be surprised if his enemies have as much airtime as the man who's dead. These are all.
But you're doing a lot of predictions still, though.
Yeah. Because my prediction is that he's narcissistic, and so my prediction is that if he expresses emotions, they're going to be heavily weighed in this Machiavellian direction.
Okay, I have two disagreements.
That's my prediction. But there's a lot. But I'm giving you so many ways that he could,
I do not think. I still think it could happen. That he just says the very simple claim that it is unbelievably sad that Hacks died, and at the heart of it is me. And I've been struggling with that for a long time. It's the reason I've been silenced, and I don't know how to deal with it. And if he just said that, just a conflicted stance, I think that could happen. I think it could happen. I don't think my prediction model doesn't exclude that personally.
What odds?
I think it's true.
Give me odds. What are your odds? We're going to put money on it right now. Yeah.
He said that's sad. You
make like a poverty euro wage, right? So,
yeah, I'm on a stipend.
Okay, so tell me how much you're willing to. No.
Okay, yeah, the pot size. I understand the odd sense of it. My maximum amount I'm willing to bet would be $10. Yeah, that's my maximum amount.
At even odds?
It's any odds. Like I'm saying that's the maximum amount, and we can reduce it on the odds. How even an odd it is.
Well, the maximum amount you're willing to risk is $10.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're not willing to risk anything on this because you're pretty sure you could be wrong.
No, I just don't want to lose. Everybody should be sure. Like, okay, the problem with risk. Have you not gone to like utopian hypotheticals for this before? Is that you can do this for almost anything that you put odds for a normative event happening, and then you have to have like a polymarket scenario.
It's
it's awful though.
You're talking to someone who made like $5,000 on the 2020 election.
Yes, but it's awful to do in interpersonal context, because it's really weird. It's like it's where a market fits in.
Yes. We shouldn't. Well,
evaluation of risk works. Regardless,
I'm not actually going to take your money. I'm not actually going to take your money. Okay. My point is that
I'm willing to do so. I understand the point.
No, I think it's problematic to be betting on something like this. Anyways, my point is that I think that I would bet your mental model is like it's 50-50 either way.
Yeah,
like
probably.
To you, it's 50-50.
So I haven't thought about it too much. Like I could imagine it anywhere between like it's 70% chance likely that Leffen is willing to make a statement, and all the way down to like 5%. You would like you're saying 5% positive, like he would never do it. Is what I'm saying. The degree to which that I could imagine him do it is between 70% and 5%.
All I mean is that the idea that you are so unconfident that you wouldn't bet more than $10 because it would be easily losable. That he will come across
No, no.
like
Okay.
not a lizard brain narcissist.
Okay, I thought we were using real money. If we're using like utilitarian odds waging, like no thinking fast and slow logic in here, I'll be willing to risk like $10,000. Just depends on the odds, Like
50-50.
50-50, Leffen expresses some remorse at any point of his life about the fact that Hacks died. Yes, easily.
At any point in
Okay,
his
we can set a
life.
time limit. I know the time limit was going to be the frustration. That's why I preempted it. Within the next 2 years, I'll be able to
Within the
make
next
50-50
two
odds about it.
years?
Yeah, of course. These things are hard. Like genuinely. Like you have to like when I create a mental model for somebody, it's like multiple diverging. Like you set D&D stats for them, and then it leads to certain outcomes afterwards.
Okay, the
And
fact though
I
that
feel like
it would also be so advantageous for him to express a little emotion weights me towards the idea that it should obviously happen soon.
I
Like,
don't know
if
about the
he
Machiavellian
can't
part. I
even
can't
do it
predict that. I'm
soon,
weak
if
on
he
that.
can't even do it soon, it's like, holy shit, it's pathological.
No, because if he does it slowly, it could be that's eating him up, and he doesn't know how to deal with the fact he hasn't responded for a long time.
What did Alec Baldwin say?
Bailey?
No, Alec
Or no, no,
Baldwin,
no, this is the guy who shot
the
somebody.
actor,
The the
when
actor, yeah,
when
yeah,
he
yeah.
was
The
given a
shooting, the
loaded
shooting
weapon that
incident.
he told was when he was given a loaded weapon that he was told was empty, but he pulled the trigger
Yeah,
on a set, and she died. He did defend himself in court to say that he wasn't criminally liable, but what did he say? What's your prediction? What's your prediction of how he reacted? Is your
I hate to
prediction
say
that
it. I know nothing about Alec Baldwin, so
yeah, yeah,
my
yeah,
my
yeah.
guess is
You're just guess that
knowing
maybe
like
he's like a
people.
normal guy.
Yeah, I'd probably say I'm sad about this. I assume that he
I mean,
expresses
do you
some
think
regret.
that
If he doesn't, I would condemn him for that.
yeah, let's see what he said. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, I don't think it's that important though, because I think even if he said something fucked up, it could just be a psychological response that's within the bounds of reasonable, quote unquote, neurotypical
Yes,
people, like people acting in good
yes,
faith.
when we're playing Mafia, we're never going to be able to perfectly guess the scum. But my
Yes, but like even like the degree to which that you can place emphasis on it, I think it's very likely. Like people are conflicted, they say dumb things, they do
but you're
wrong
saying
actions
like,
all the
well, you
time.
can't really expect him to so soon after it happened. But I think I can find tragedy after tragedy where people who are like like in some weird
I have no
disconnected way
idea.
kind of responsible, but then like not really in an objective way where they could defend themselves, and that they're going to take that responsibility upon themselves because you're going to feel remorse and guilt. It's normal to feel.
To be clear, I have no idea, and I've not thought about it. It's hard for me to predict, and maybe that
Yeah,
expresses some weakness about my model for Leffen. But I have no idea if, when, how he will respond, and that's why I'm skeptical. Even in the cases that
I
you bring up, I think
I
there's an
believe you have some
inkling in my
idea.
mind
I
that
think
says
we've
this could
demonstrated that we
happen
both
still.
have some idea. Anyways, we can move on. We can move
I
on. I
have
think we've spent a good
no,
amount
but
of
I've
time
been
on
doing
this.
probabilistic guesses too. Yeah, we spent too
Yeah, I
long
think
on
we
it.
spent a lot of
Let's
time on
go
this.
to the. I do need to leave
Let's just
soonish,
change. Let's just
finally,
change topic.
but
You really wanted to discuss the zero porn thing. Go ahead.
because I read about it last night and it's tricky. So, okay, the issue is I read about the facts that matter. I read
Okay,
the
it's been about a
Japanese
year since I
player's
read it.
testimony about it.
Yeah.
And so the issue is that they were showing weird material, in my opinion. If you're a normal, somewhat anime fan and you see this, I would personally judge somebody
Wait,
for
is there a
looking at
link to
this.
the
And what it
material?
was, no, but you can look it up. It's well known. I looked it up last night, so I know it. It's called Oraimo. It's Oreimo. And apparently it was a popular incest anime involving a guy and his like 14-year-old sister, 15-year-old sister. And the art that was shown was official art from the show. But the show itself is like weird, fucked up, etchy anime.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Wait. Okay. And so, okay, so that's the subject matter. Fine. What is the claim?
Lesson claimed it was porn, which is wrong. But
Wait.
this is why I had to initial
No,
frame
no,
it.
no, no, no. What
N
did
plus one.
Leffen? That's not exactly what Leffen claimed.
He said they're showing anime porn about a popular incest show. You can look it up. He described it.
He testifies that he was like told this, right? He wasn't there
No.
for it,
He
right?
was sitting near the play. No. He was there for it, and the Japanese players were on his bed, and that's why he thought it was weird because they were in a sleeping bag, and so he thought it was strange that they were looking at this like pseudo pornographic anime material near his
I
bed.
thought the
But he,
claim was that Zero like showed someone who didn't want to see porn.
Oh, okay. There's two claims. There's the initial Jisoo.
Yes,
He
I
was showed
know.
hentai
And
in the
this was
house,
used
and then
as I thought.
no. Reread it. Reread it. Leffen said it was him,
Yes.
and he was sitting in a sleeping bag next to Zero and like three Japanese players, and they were
Uh-huh.
looking at images from official images in their words. And I believe that from the
Uh-huh.
show Oraimo. And
Yes.
Leffen called it hentai and said that was
Uh-huh.
corroborating evidence for the showing
Wait,
of hentai
wait,
to
wait,
Jisoo in
wait.
the first place,
No, no,
which
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
think is wrong.
Just a moment. I'm
Yeah,
pretty
sure.
sure that the implication was that those Japanese players did not want to see this material. Because
No, reread it.
wait,
Reread it.
wait, wait,
I
wait,
read it
wait,
last
wait,
night.
wait.
So I
Then
remember.
why does anyone give a fuck about two guys looking at porn together?
Exactly. They didn't
No,
because the
people
initial.
cared because what
No,
did they think?
no. You're missing out. This is my big problem with the entire Zero case, is that Leffen's initial statement was not a cancellation of Zero. It was largely supportive of Zero. The problem was that the Katie statement happened the next day.
Right, right, right.
And so everybody then used that update to change the whole way that they
I
characterized the story.
Can you give me a
It
link?
was
And
just so that
I'd
Leffen.
like show me the primary evidence right now. Show me the primary evidence right now, and
I
I'll
found it
evaluate
last
it.
night from watch. I rewatched like one of the technical videos that
Spend a
actually
minute.
had the
I'll
image from the
search
Quit
around
Longer.
for it. You search. We can spend
We can do it
5
after though.
minutes. Let's do it right now.
No, I won't be able to find it.
5 minutes? You're sure you won't find it in 5 minutes?
I think it's worth it. But I'm pretty good at finding stuff.
Yeah. Let's
I'll use my
give it a
phone.
shot. Maybe we look for five. I'll set the timer 5 minutes. We'll both search for this.
The problem is that Twitlonger has like died recently. I don't know if you know that. And so a lot of the material evidence for these cases are gone now from
I
the Me
see.
Too era stuff.
I see.
But it's definitely in that technicals video. I'm just gonna rewatch the technicals video.
Yeah, just search through it really quick. My cat is yelling.
I heard the cat there.
He's my beautiful baby. I should probably. Let me see. I think she's sitting there. She's probably fine. I'm over here. Okay.
Isu joy.
Wonder. I see a quote. It's somewhat cut up. They started showing each other very explicit pictures of their favorite anime waifus.
Yes, that's the one. They're
Yes,
showing it to each
yes,
other
yes.
while Leffen was there. And that's it. I agree. It doesn't say anything beyond that. That's why I don't think it was bad to say. It was a much smaller claim than it was brought out to be later. I'm glad you have it.
Well, hold on.
No, he shouldn't have called it hentai. Because that seemed like it was false and it was misleading.
The why did he bring it up?
Because it's in the context of sharing hentai. And Zero had a hentai channel in his Discord.
Yeah.
That's a well-known fact. And he's saying that he had an instance where he felt uncomfortable by the sharing of lewd, minor anime characters near him in a way that made him feel strange. And so he's just supporting the fact that this could happen to somebody else, which seems quite reasonable to me. Somebody's like I don't want to criticize Zero here.
I have to I have to
case.
think about this for a second.
Like, think about it. It makes sense. Like if somebody was the kind of person to share images of their waifus and they're like strange, incest, weird anime characters, I would view them as the kind of person to show hentai to people who don't want to see it in a different circumstance. It makes sense. It's more likely for it to happen afterwards. They're just supporting evidence, you know?
the so the I think the Jisoo claim was that like he, like we were, oh, you're a little younger than me, but maybe when I was younger they had like, what was it, blue waffle? You would like surprise a friend, like check out
Yeah,
this
yeah,
funny
yeah.
thing, and then you like,
I do
oh
know that.
god. Okay, and kind of the
Yeah.
implication, the Jisoo accusation was something like Zero did this to her.
Yes.
Um, and so, um, okay. So that does change my understanding of it. That is not, I don't think it's really fair to say, like, this guy is a huge perv. Look, I remember him
Yes.
looking at hentai with someone else once. Uh, uh,
But he didn't say that. He
yes,
said
yes,
this other
yes.
statement.
Yes, yes,
I,
yes,
I
yes, yes, yes,
support
yes,
this and I
yes.
believe it. It's in the believe all victims mentality era. It's like I understand why this person would feel that way because I felt a smaller version of it myself.
Yeah, sure, sure. Okay, okay.
It was made after the Jesus statement.
Yeah, sure.
Regardless,
Okay.
it's just the one. Obviously, this should not be used to like as a single justification for canceling Zero. I just don't like the part where people are like it was coordinated between Jisoo and Leffen to get Zero deplatformed. Because if you watched Leffen at the time, he did not want to deplatform Zero until the Katie stuff came out, and that was quite clear if you actually watched the streams from that.
I think so, yeah. Although, yeah, yeah, yeah. I've never been one for these so-called conspiracy theories. I don't know if they're. I assume Jisoo and Leffen probably were having correspondence of some kind,
It was
even
confirmed
during
that they
that
did.
time.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um. Um. Yeah, I don't think that necessarily rises to total coordinating for defamation of character necessarily, but yeah, 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 yeah. I don't think
Okay, so
necessarily.
this is my general point, is that when I watch like the technicals video, is that they bring up all this unrelated shit in my mind to paint a character of Leffen, and
Mm-hmm.
most of the sources they're using is from the hacks video, and I think they're false because of the initial sources from the video are wrong. Now, I think I could agree that Leffen has narcissistic personality traits. It's frustrating when he loses, he can be annoying, he can be an asshole. But
Mm-hmm.
if you like go case by case, none of them are that bad,
Uh-huh.
genuinely from the technicals video. Like the HBox
Yeah.
stuff, I think is one of
Right,
the
right, right,
single
right.
most overblown ones because the entire community dogpiled on HBox. I think Mango did more to create
Mm-hmm.
hate for HBox. I don't want to say it, but Hacks was anti-HBox at that time
Well,
too.
what I'll
It was a
say is that it was at different times. So,
exactly.
so
Like 2018, Leffen was probably one of the larger contributors
yeah, yeah,
during the
yeah.
crab era. But
Yeah, yeah,
people
yeah,
saying that
exactly.
Leffen led the crab to be thrown are ridiculous. Like, there's no logical claim between there. Leffen did bad things. He acted poorly, but he did not create a harassment campaign around HBox more than all the other people in the community were doing it too at that time. It was
I
a
don't think so. Mango certainly had done that, but I'm pretty sure when he had done that stuff, it was years before. I'm
no, it was ongoing during 2018 because that was the era when HBox was number one and
yes, yes, yes,
everybody was
yes.
shitting on it during that.
Was
I
Mango?
don't know if you remember it. Yeah. It was in between. Like Mango loves balancing his punches, but he said
Yeah,
multiple
yeah, yeah.
times that it was like sad that Armada retired because now HBox is on top, and
Yeah,
obviously
yeah, yeah,
criticizes
yeah, yeah,
HBox
yeah.
playstyle. Like everybody
Yeah,
criticizes
yeah,
HBox's
yeah, yeah,
playstyle.
yeah. Um, I believe or Leffen implied Hungrybox is a narcissist, or said as much.
Yes, he did.
No,
But to be fair, many people in the community did that at the time. Hof
who
clearly did it. Oh,
who
one
said
second, I
that
got a FaceTime
Hungrybox was
call.
an. Oh yeah, yeah.
No, you're good. You're good. I should have been it.
Who said that Hungrybox is a narcissist publicly?
Okay. The issue is I don't remember all the specifics of this, but this is in the era when it was like the whole HBox cheat on his girlfriend type thing. It was like the meme back then that everybody had a bad story about HBox.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like everywhere on Reddit. Letton was the one who said it, but I am so certain that if you look back at the Smash Bros threads, that other people were bringing up that same allegation independent of
Yeah,
Letton.
yeah, yeah. Of
It's like
course.
Letton was
Yeah.
like less influential back then, younger. Like he had all these streams. I remember watching Leffen streams with like 15 viewers during that era.
Yeah.
Like it was like you would have random Smash Fests in Europe that nobody cared about during those eras. So
Um,
I did not think the Snowy video was like a massive. Many people saw this. It was like a 30,000 people saw like a random gameplay VOD that said some
yeah.
mean and wrong things about HBox. But the whole community had been doing that for a long time, and it was bad. But it's not like the individual harassment that people describe it as. If
Um,
that makes sense.
yeah. It just shows Leffen's, willingness to. I think, yeah. I don't disagree that the Snowy video is like horrendously bad. I think it's one
Like,
more,
what are the other
it's one
cases?
more piece of Leffen being of a pattern behavior of Leffen willing to be cruel towards people.
I think that the way that the
And so
evidence
Hungrybox was
changes,
a
the
really
cruelty
easy
matters.
target. He was a really easy target because
Yes.
of like the way it was at the time. And if a guy is always finding easy targets, that's a problematic pattern of behavior.
Let's keep going through them. The Mutaking one, Leffen did nothing wrong in that instance, in my opinion. He
So
maybe did like
it's
a
somewhat
slight
defensible.
claim,
I
but
understand the
like
defense, but it was irresponsible. There was no he signal blasted a rumor. There was no victim speaking up. No.
yes, this is right that he acted wrong there, but the fact that his initial first claim is wait for Mutaking to say anything, don't believe anything without evidence. But this is a rumor I've heard, in an era where many of the rumors were quickly confirmed afterwards. We never think about like the Sleepy K's being removed, the Kaitaros being removed. All the people
Mm-hmm.
got kicked out. They were first rumors and then removed afterwards upon evidence. And so Leffen just said in an era where every day there was like 7 different rumors about people,
Mm-hmm.
he made a very reasonable claim in a Twitch chat about Mutaking. And the
So
Mutaking
two
claiming that he
things.
knew from a
It's not.
2016
No, it's
Facebook post
not.
makes no sense at all.
I don't think. I so Keitaro, um, Sleepy K, Zero. These didn't become. Those people didn't have to speak out or discuss it because of rumors. There was a victim who spoke up, or someone speaking directly on behalf of
Yes.
a victim. It wasn't just a random rumor. Um, Mutaking also claims that Leffen was aware of Mutaking's.
I think it's a very weak claim from having read it.
It's not.
It's
Yeah,
in the
it's not
category
deductive
of like
evidence.
one.
Yeah. It's
Yes, but
one person's testimony
like
against
reading
another.
it, it's like 1% risk that he actually knew about it, genuinely. Because like
I
the
think Mutaking testified that he mentioned it to Leffen afterwards, and Leffen said, "Yes, I did hear about that, but I didn't believe it."
exactly. He didn't believe it. He says it himself.
It's problematic. That's pretty problematic.
Wait, no. To be clear, he heard
No,
a
no, no,
false
no,
version of a rumor.
no, 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 no. Mutaking. Let me get the quote. You're misunderstanding me. You're misunderstanding entirely. You took a different interpretation. Like, my words meant
No.
something totally different to you. So let me reiterate.
I think I understand it, but go ahead. Go ahead.
I just want to get. There is an exact Mutaking quote I'm looking for.
I read it this morning. I have like a
Yeah.
visual memory of it. It's
Yeah. So let me
PKP or
just
whatever it is. Oh, my AirPods are
read
dying too,
it.
so my audio's gonna get way worse as a warning.
Okay. Um. Oh, it
Hopefully you
was
still hear me,
yes.
right?
It was when Aiden. Oh, damn it! I hear myself.
Fuck me. Okay, let me get really quiet. Can you talk again, just to check?
Yeah. Hey, it's good. It's good. It's fixed.
Okay. I'm gonna have to really
Um.
lean in.
Sorry. Or I guess when you speak. Give me 1 second. I know exactly where I can find the exact thing I'm looking for. It's in response to Aiden Calvin. Because Aiden makes essentially this argument that you're making. God damn it. Okay, let me just.
I read it this morning. I remember it.
Yeah.
But
So
you
let me
can pull
just.
it up now. It's important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold on. Okay. So let me quote, Leffen himself told me he read it, but just didn't believe it was true, which to me does not match with him pushing me to make my 2020 video. The it he's referring to here is, little quiz, what's the it that he's referring to that Leffen read?
The 2016 initial Facebook post that he made.
Yes. So
that,
Leffen,
like, was within a community.
So Leffen did have prior knowledge about this. He may not have like believed this prior knowledge.
Wait, I think you're misreading it, which is that the initial post was MTK claimed something, or there's information around. I don't want to say, hopefully MTK doesn't listen to this, but it was about his circumcision initially. And he made that post, but it did not become public knowledge. And it wasn't that he was disputing an accusation back then. It was specifically about the claim whether or not, like, MTK had depression because of a medical error.
Yes.
Leffen is saying he did not believe the entire story that began with the depression medical error story.
Yes. Okay, we're in agreement about that. Yes.
Which is the base claim. And so Leffen did not believe the base claim.
Okay, he very conveniently did not believe what would have been...
What's convenient about this all? Leffen is being charitable to Mutiki when a false allegation happened to him in 2015. And he continues to not believe it until a rumor appears 6 years later, or 5 years later, 4 years later, whatever it is. Years later, another rumor appears. And then, all that time later, he then doesn't connect the dots that from this initial depression...
Wait, hold on. This 2015 thing, 2016 thing, I don't think that was a claim of Mutaking doing abuse.
Exactly. But Leffen didn't believe... The claim was, apparently, I could be wrong about this. This is what I read this morning. My understanding is that M2K had one of his managers for one of his esport organizations published something in some forum that M2K had depression because of a medical error. The medical error being the one that made him incapable to commit the abuse that is described later. That post by the manager is the information that Leffen apparently read and didn't believe. Meaning that he did not believe the whole story about the medical error, depression, yada, yada, yada. MTK says that he saw and he must have known, which therefore made it impossible for him to think of a scenario where MTK could commit abuse.
No. I'm not going to say that it makes it impossible. I'm saying that it's... Mutaking is a little bit personally harmed by Leffen being irresponsible. So what I'm saying is that is extra evidence that Leffen was...
Why is it evidence at all? I still understand that. Because in a scenario where I thought that this rumor was more real than it was, this initial MTK did something to a girl in her sleep story that was told. If I believe that, it would largely be independent of a random forum post I thought was wrong relating to circumcision. It has nothing to do with it, you know?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree. I get... Okay, let me add. I get what you're saying, that... Leffen hears this random thing, and this rumor, and he probably doesn't jump to, wait, that's impossible. I heard in 2015 that he has a botched circumcision, so how could he come on someone's bed or something?
Yeah.
Fair enough. So I don't dispute that exactly. He could have messaged Mutaking.
Yes. I don't want to blame Mutaking.
It was supererogatory. He only.
I don't want to victim blame Mutaking, but nothing about Leffen's statement forced Mutaking to reveal what he did. I think it was
no.
Of
course, it didn't force him.
But like I think the narrative that people had that Leffen went on an uncorroborated rumor, created a harassment campaign towards Mutaking, and forced him to reveal private medical information.
Force is strong, but yes, it did pressure Mutaking to do so.
Yes. I think the pressure was fine in the Me Too era. I still believe that.
No, there was no victim.
But he just posted in a Twitch chat.
Okay.
That there is a story.
How many people were in the Twitch chat?
Probably a lot. It was probably like 5,000 people or something crazy.
Okay.
Maybe it was offline.
He was getting
I have no idea.
Huge views at the time, and he made a. I don't know if he got any monetization from it, but he clearly got engagement. But he got engagement that remained afterwards. There was a monetary reason for him to milk these allegations for all they were worth.
What did he do wrong here? Like I still
He
think
was
that
irresponsible.
He could have done better.
It was an
He could have done better
uncorroborated
by-
rumor.
But like that was the whole thing that he was doing the whole time, was that
No.
people didn't have an
No.
outlet to. Yes.
For uncorroborated random rumors? No, that's irresponsible. Now I understand at the time we jumped into mass irresponsibility because of the conditions of the time. I understand that. But no, the examples you brought up had victims who spoke out. They weren't uncorroborated rumors.
Wait, okay, not to make Leffen sound too good. Many of the people only came forward, and I can say this with certainty of having been there at the time, because of Leffen's strain.
Yeah, sure.
Many of the victims that were revealed.
That didn't address what I just said. That didn't address what I just said. That didn't address what I just said.
No, I know.
The other
I'm
examples I
getting there.
mentioned had victims who came forward. They weren't uncorroborated rumors.
A lot of them were just like, I heard from a person, and I heard from a person, which
Yes,
led to the.
you hear this,
the
and you go and you ask the person, you do some kind of investigative whatever. You don't just signal blast random rumors that random people said when there's no victim.
I think we just have a point of disagreement here. Where like, I do think that he could have done better, and he did act wrong.
Can you
But I
think of
in
another
general-
example of one where it was just a? Are there any others where there was just like a rumor?
Westfalls is the one that's a little
Isn't he banned?
dubious too. It's really strange. That one's confusing. It largely has to do with Mingo's wife. Is actually the real reason for it.
Okay.
I don't want to be a drama mill here.
Okay,
you have to,
I'm not
like, do
gonna.
the research.
Oh, okay, wait. Sorry. When I say rumor, I don't mean are there people who were banned where what they did wasn't really that bad. What I'm saying is that the Me Too stuff. The point of Me Too is Me Too, not someone I heard of one time. Also, it wasn't. I heard of someone also one time. It's Me Too.
Katie, in the Zero case.
So she reached out to a person who acted on their behalf.
Exactly.
Yes, that's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. No,
I
no,
understand.
that is completely different.
No, I agree that there is a clear moral line, and what Leffen did is wrong, definitionally, because you're objectively correct about this. But the problem is, if you believe in general that Leffen was doing good things and that people can be representatives for other ones, saying that there is a rumor isn't the worst thing. You can spin it a different way.
I
If
think
Leffen said nothing-
probably signal boosting false claims does
he didn't know
harm.
it was false.
Yeah, so that's why you don't signal boost rumors.
He didn't know any of this stuff was true with Me Too. Some of them
But
were
at
certain.
least when there's a victim, there's someone testifying to like firsthand
It
experience.
was public. They were anonymous accounts. People would post random twit longers with no account because they didn't want to be targeted
Sure.
afterwards. That
Sure.
was the standard of it.
That's not the
It was a
same.
rumor
That's
fact.
at least still a victim claiming victimization.
It's not. Like, I
That's a
understand.
victim.
Like,
It is.
I
It
agree
is
with you with the
substantially different. It is
frustration.
substantially
I think you're
different.
being uncharitable to the left in this case.
I-
Where I think he did a bad thing, but it's a small bad thing in the grand scheme of things,
Sure.
and certainly nothing to get him banned. And I think Muta King
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
apologizing is good. I don't think it matters if Muta King apologizes to him or not. I don't think that's relevant to this discussion at all. I think
Yeah, I
Leffen
don't
probably would
exactly
acknowledge that he went too
disagree.
far, and that's fine.
Yeah, I don't exactly disagree.
I agree. I think we have
Yeah,
the same
yeah.
stance on it.
Yeah.
But okay, so do you not see? Like, we can keep going. Like, the Shinkensu Guilty Gear stuff, entirely stupid. Doesn't matter
Yeah,
at
yeah,
all.
yeah, yeah.
Like, he
I
was,
don't
like,
remember the
mean to
details
some
of this
Guilty
much.
Gear
Yeah,
player.
yeah. That most of the technicals video I don't think was particularly interesting.
But this is what I'm saying, is that I can go, this is why I'm the left and white knight. When I go through every case, I can come up with a conceivable justification that does not paint Leffen as a dark Machiavellian narcissist type, but somebody who has narcissistic personality traits that leads to certain outcomes, but not so bad. And the fact that I can go through every one, and it's far more redeeming than how the narrative
think
and opinion
that's
around
the
it
point
is my
of-
evidence.
So yes, I think all these things in context and in isolation do. Yes, but it's a pattern of behavior.
I don't think it's that bad of a pattern. That's why when I go through it, I think most people, this is my read on it. Leffen is a heel. He is an annoying person, fundamentally. He makes
Sure.
fucking evil tweets that he should never make. He's a whining person, and he has many personality traits that were really bad in 2011. They're still bad now. They've diminished over
Someone's
time. That
dead
doesn't matter.
now because he can't apologize.
But, okay,
Yes.
I'm just talking about the Leffen
You
personality.
agree with my counterfactual that if Leffen said, I forgive Hacks, Hacks would be alive today.
I don't want to talk about it because we beat. beat it to death, but my answer is that my guess is I don't think he would answer for that reason, but I do not think it's because Hacks was right about Leffen's personality. I think he has narcissistic traits, but if you look at the cases, none of them are so bad that he's
we're never
malicious
going to be
or
able to
bad
agree on
people.
this because you have a philosophical opposition to the idea of personality disorders.
No, I do not. I actually do not, and I can hold it as case. My problem is that your assumption of personality disorders assumes a certain type of inherent bad faith, misinterpretation of evidence, somebody who's a bad actor fundamentally. And I do not think any of the evidence from the stories about Leffen over time portray an ounce of that bad faith characteristic compared to somebody who is a large personality who's annoying and frustrated. That's my argument on it.
I think we have the same. I'm not sure where to go
We
because I
do
feel
not.
like we have the same belief
It's
about
not
Leffen.
bad
I feel like we have
faith.
the
You're
exact same
dismissing
belief
it.
about Leffen.
Wait, no, we do not. Because you think that Hacks was right. But Hacks' claim was that Leffen's trying to destroy the Smash community. And I'm claiming if you go case by case, nothing that Leffen did rises to
No.
anywhere on the degree that level.
I don't think Leffen was trying to destroy the Smash community. And I don't think Hack said Leffen is trying to destroy the Smash community.
He
He's
does.
saying that
It's in the
he
first video, in the second
would
video, but not
destroy the
later.
Smash community.
Okay, you are kind of right about
Those are
different.
vastly different.
They are
Those are
different.
vastly different. Because you're trying to say to me, you don't know that he's like totally malicious. I'm not saying he's totally malicious. I'm saying he's totally self-centered.
No, but Hack's whole argument isn't that like his self-centeredness is a descriptive characteristic that leads to cannibalization and bad outcomes. No, it's that he's a bad person. That he's fundamentally a Machiavellian. That he does these outcomes because it benefits him.
He's
and
highly Machiavellian. He's highly
But
more
I disagree.
Machiavellian. You don't think he's more Machiavellian than the average top player?
Obviously, that doesn't matter though. The
Wait,
question
then we
is,
agree.
no, it matters.
Wait, okay. Draw a random sample. we this random sample of 100 people. Pick the one that's the most Machiavellian. 2% of people. 2% of people have narcissistic personality disorder. That person who's the most Machiavellian is statistically much more likely to be MPD than the rest of the people.
The problem is I'm arguing both from my personal beliefs and how I think community should operate. And those need to be separated. I have personal beliefs about Leffen. I think there should be community standards. Regardless, despite this difference, I don't know if that's true. The most Machiavellian person is probably the person we trust the most, you know? Like, I don't know if we're all such good readers of who's Machiavellian or not. I think the fact that we think Leffen's Machiavellian is a bad sign for him, you know? I think,
Not
like,
really.
for all I know, like,
no, I don't
random
think so.
top players are Machiavellian type, for all I know.
I don't think that you can take that we've noticed as evidence that he's not. That's not exactly fair.
Okay, I think that there's some corroborating evidence, but I think every instance of Leffen having bad personality traits can be described differently through like the heel theory, you know? I think the heel theory is more persuasive than the Machiavellian theory, is my argument.
I think the heel theory is like a narrative theory about a character in a game. I don't think it is. I don't think the heel theory explains why we all know that he's not going to show remorse.
Yes.
Like when there's a very serious thing. Heel theory is about like the guy when he's at a tournament is like a total asshole and everyone roots against him. He's a dark horse. He's the god killer. That's heel theory. Okay, the god killer is not someone who the actual person who's the god killer will never express or feel remorse. That's not heel theory. That's not heel theory.
None of us know Leffen, and the mental model that we've constructed by Leffen primarily is from the heel-like cases. It's from his streams and from his tournaments. And my biggest issue is that Leffen has undergone a massive personality transformation in the last 5 years. And now he's like largely benign, like toxic sometimes, but largely good, you know?
Probably true.
And so as a result, your evidence set for why you think that he's a narcissist is largely reliant on, my opinion, outmoded information. I don't think it's that strong. Why do you think he's a narcissist? What are the cases? I don't understand that mostly yet.
Why do I think he's a narcissist? So he's highly retaliatory. If you say something bad about him, he will say something bad about you every time. Or he'll ignore you. Okay? That's not exactly 100 to 1, but that's really that's a really big narcissistic trait. He's highly retaliatory. he has an extremely inflated sense of self, much more so than any top player. He describes, to the extent he says he has like gamer genes, and it's not entirely. I know irony is like a funny way to, but like, he believes that. He never expresses remorse, and the one or two times that he takes it back, or later provides like reasons why it was misunderstood at the time and what he did actually wasn't so bad. So I guess those are three things that are like consistent, that have never changed. The degree to which his malignancy has caused like active problems for the people around him mostly has improved, other than the fact that his inability to express any remorse made this exact situation blow up, and someone's dead now because he's pathologically incapable of remorse.
Okay, the remorse one's the hardest one, and so I want to go at the end because I think, as we discussed earlier, the remorse case is
so the first thing that comes to mind, and this is me as not a psychologist, just randomly coming up with things that I'm pretty sure are on the DSM. Well, I don't know what retaliatory is, but I think when you read about from psychologists, the retaliatory element is a common one that's described.
It is.
That's what you see from Donald Trump, for example.
I
Highly
read a lot about
retaliatory.
narcissism. Okay, here's my problem. Like, what do you think about the fact that almost everybody who knows Leffen in person genuinely has a positive view of the guy, and that the most source of criticism is on?
No.
Yes. Why?
No.
Why does like
he removes from his the people who are still around him do, but there's a vast amount of people that want nothing to do with him because of their personal experiences with him.
Okay, what about like the Guilty Gear community, for example? I haven't heard a
idea.
single negative thing about Leffen in the Guilty Gear community. But to be clear, he's made friends with like hundreds of content creators there, in person, well-liked, and there's nobody that he's ostracized from the community.
I don't know.
But that's what I'm saying.
About the Guilty Gear community. I can't speak to the Guilty Gear community. I don't know I'm part of the Smash community.
But do you understand that like the only set that we have is the community, where it was his brain?
The Technicals video has one, but I didn't find it very interesting, and it was about Guilty Gear, so I didn't give a fuck, so I didn't pay attention to it. So I'm not gonna speak to. You're trying to bring evidence that I don't wish you. So let's just talk about the Smash community. You mentioned that. So you're saying that he has like that everyone who knows him in person like is really chill with him, but that's not exactly true. The people who are still around him are chill with him, but there's a lot of people who really don't fuck with him. There are a lot of people that do not fuck with him in person.
Yes, no, I've definitely seen some top players who like genuinely dislike Leffen, but the balance of facts is relatively pro Leffen. Like all of the top 10 currently
because
likes Leffen, you know. But okay, regardless, wait, can we go back?
No, I don't know that HBox.
Yeah, they like had a big apology moment and like hugged and stuff.
They
and, like,
have reconciled. They have reconciled, yeah.
I'm certain that HBox feels more negatively about Leffen now after the death, and that's totally fair. But they did a public reconciliation.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. But when you go back to the Guilty Gear part, that matters. He's part of a whole nother community.
Maybe it matters. I can't speak to it. And you're even mentioning that there are claims here about this, of people in the Guilty Gear community who don't like him, but I don't.
No. My claim initially is that the people who know Leffen in person generally like him, while the people who know him online strongly dislike him. And that's my claim.
That's not evidence against narcissism.
No, but it's consistent with a different theory, which is that Leffen is a shitter online, but not that he.
Wait. No. What you're saying is epistemic. That doesn't make sense. You have to provide falsification of. Yes, you can construct an alternative model. Sure.
That's all we're doing is constructing models. I can go point by point, but I'm giving evidence for my theory first, which is that Leffen is largely liked from his in-person interactions. That's
not inconsistent with narcissism.
Not. I mean, okay, you can make an argument theoretically that Leffen has certain personality characteristics that are from ego and from having a large dream, and that he constructs certain online mechanisms for portraying his narcissistic qualities. Doesn't matter the manifestation of your argument. My problem primarily is that
when people can you think of examples of people who have gone on well with Leffen, and then I'm sorry, go ahead. I was going to change the topic.
Armada hated Leffen. Armada despised Leffen, and now they're seen as like good friends. Like they congratulate themselves after tournaments.
I can't speak to whether they're good friends, but they're not on like horrible terms. Yeah.
Wait, okay, they dislike each other for 3 years publicly.
Yeah.
And afterwards, they've been in good terms. Like,
but I haven't interviewed Armada. I haven't asked him like, how do you feel about Leffen like as a guy? But in terms of, he interacts with him. Yes, they've reconciled publicly. Yeah. Like the bridge is not burned or anything.
Okay, my issue is that for the retaliatory, the ego, and for the remorse, I can describe them as being some narcissistic personality traits that do not qualify as DSM behavior, but just like a certain particular characteristic for how he deals with the internet. And that would be fair. No. You don't even need to look it up. I'm claiming that if he's retaliatory online, that does not necessarily define him as a retaliatory person. If he's egotistical online, does not make him a necessarily egotistical person. If you get what I'm saying. Is that you can disaggregate the online and true personality.
Sure.
But okay,
sure.
Do not understand.
So but if his interaction with the community is yes, so if he's in maybe there's a real life Leffen who's a cuddly bear, and then there's a online Leffen who's a narcissist, and it's the online Leffen who's the narcissist who his actions have led to the death of Pax.
We can get there, but I think I'm making a claim that's not so ridiculous, which is that the behavior that makes Leffen appear as a narcissist to people who are onlookers and don't know him at all should be somewhat permanent characteristics that carry into his more genuine in-person interactions.
We don't have access to his genuine in-person interactions. I don't have access to that. But when you say they are long-standing, they are. He has always had an extremely inflated sense of self. He has always been highly retaliatory. What was the third one?
Retaliatory, egotistical, lacks remorse.
Yes, and he is always. It's a pattern of behavior that he lacks remorse consistently. Yeah.
I think my AirPods work again, so let me plug them in.
Okay.
Fine.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. And it's been my fundamental problem with this whole time, is that all of this can be true, that Leffen's an egotistical, retaliatory, remorseless person online, and that this could just be a character that exists.
Sure.
Let me develop it. This is a more developed version of the argument that we can't know people. And I'm saying that the way that we can't know Leffen fundamentally, and the way that we're not psychologists, is that we're analyzing a media personality rather than the real person. And none of the evidence extends to the real person. And so I don't know why you feel so confident saying that I can't imagine Leffen crying over this, when, like you said, we don't know him in Guilty Gear, we don't know him in person, we only know the streamer Leffen,
No, you can't reference not knowing him in Guilty Gear. That's not fair. You can't use evidence that I don't have access to.
But I have access to it. So it's like, this is like if you didn't read a key
but you're asking me to just believe your interpretation of evidence for your
I agree.
argument.
You can be skeptical.
No, you just can't bring it up. You just can't bring it up. Every time you bring it up, I'm just going to throw a fit. Every time you bring it up, I'm going to throw a fit. That's just how it is. If you bring up the Guilty Gear stuff, I'm going to throw a fit. I don't know. I ain't talking about Guilty Gear.
I'll never bring it up again.
Good.
But to be clear, it's not wrong to bring it up, because you can't discount it. This should be an impulse for you to read more about the Guilty Gear community to see if it confirms your theory about Leffen in general. Because if it disproved you, obviously you should have read it. There's no reason why, you can close your eyes and
yes, if you could point to examples in the Guilty Gear community of him showing extreme remorse, that would definitely disprove my theory. But you're not going to find any counter examples. You're not going to find any. Okay, well, let me pause. I want to take a step back. I get where you're coming from. You are right. You can construct an alternative theory where he's not a narcissist. Sure. That's fine. Then Hax was not wrong for calling him a narcissist. Maybe he wasn't right. We're not sure. We aren't sure. We can't ban someone for saying things that we don't know. We aren't sure. It seems pretty reasonable, but maybe he's wrong. I don't know. We can't ban him for that. The argument I make in the article does not depend on your ability to construct possible counter. Yes, I understand rhetorically. It's taken me 3 hours to really understand this. But this ability to create a counter, a Terminian version of Leffen, like a P-zombie. It's like you're creating a P-zombie of Leffen. Actually on the inside, maybe he has all these other traits that make him act exactly like a narcissist. And maybe so. But that's not, what defeats my argument is falsifying that he's a narcissist, saying he's not, and we all act as if he is, and like maybe we have alternative. Yes, well, let me. I want to. Here's how we might falsify it. I asked ChatGPT for a description of what would describe narcissistic personality disorder.
I do not care about ChatGPT. If you're allowed to throw a fit, I'm allowed.
This
to
is
throw a fit.
this is
Does that matter?
I can.
No.
Wait.
If you read the whole DSM right now aloud to me, it wouldn't change my opinion on this matter. It's irrelevant to my argument.
I'm just trying to give a. Why is it irrelevant?
Because I'm saying that even if he exhibits these characteristics, the stream personality that we know is fundamentally disaggregated in the remorse calculation that you think is essential. You think remorse is the single most important thing for Leffen, and remorse is a private, real, personal quality that you're projecting through what he says on the stream or tweet or whatever. And that's
yes, but you're acting as if we have no idea what other people are feeling. But I'm not autistic. I can look at a person's face and I can tell if they're feeling remorse.
But you're making a sufficient necessary argument again, which is that, yes, it's sufficient if Leffen was able to do any of these things. It does not mean that it's
we all know he never will. He is not going to provide any sufficient evidence for thinking that he's...
You're way too certain about this. There's no reason to be so certain about this. I'm surprised when you go through all of the evidence of Leffen, you concluded that he's largely a person who's annoying with narcissistic traits, but in many of the cases, he's largely right. I think if you hold those beliefs to be true, you should fundamentally alter the relation that you have to the evidence against Leffen, as constructed in the Hacks document. And as a result, my belief about belief is different than yours, because I do not think that when I deny the claims from the Hacks document, I'm denying any of the narcissism claims. That's the part where I've been frustrated this whole time.
Yes, belief in belief is not like a deductive argument. It's not a deductive...
Of course, that's what I'm saying.
This is from Eliezer Yudkowsky's. It's Eliezer Yudkowsky's sequences about observing cognitive biases in oneself. And so the idea is that if you find yourself finding a million reasons for why we'll never be able to test that the unicorn is invisible, you're already kind of living under the belief that the unicorn is invisible. I want to read the 9. When can I read the 9 DSM traits?
I don't want to hear them. It's going to be a waste of time. I need to go eat dinner. So, okay, let me make an announcement quickly. I can make hypotheticals that disprove my model, improve my model. I don't know why you're so held to this remorse idea as being the essential determiner about whether my cognitive model is wrong or not. I understand that belief about belief is about my models versus yours. That's fair.
Being
but guess what? I can
never
say,
apologetic ever is not normal. It's not normal, and it's something that we all know is true. We also don't ever expect Donald Trump to do it. Do we expect Biden to never apologize about anything? Do we expect Barack Obama to never apologize about anything? Just to give other political examples.
Than Trump. But, okay, regardless.
We don't expect Donald Trump to ever apologize about anything because he's a narcissist. We know he would never, ever, ever, ever would.
You've picked a single litmus test as being the defining characteristic of a very difficult issue. And the litmus test is whether or not you're going to...
And then if he meets 5 of them, possibly...
Yeah, let's go through. I think that Leffen can't be remorseful.
So a pervasive pattern of grandiosity, need for admiration, and lack of empathy. This cites the DSM-5. Beginning by early adulthood, present in a variety of contexts, is indicated by 5 or more of the following: has a grandiose sense of self-importance. Can we agree on that?
Here's my argument in favor of it. Many people are deeply insecure. Those type of people tend to be the ones who project their accomplishments and the ones who cling to it the most.
Has a grandiose... he has to meet 5 of them. So there's going to be things here that lots of people experience. People who are not NPD are going to experience this too. So that's why they have to meet a lot of them. So
let me defend myself here.
Has a grandiose sense of self-importance? Yes or no?
Let me answer. Let me defend myself. Let me defend myself.
Go ahead.
Because as we can both realize, this is not a yes or no binary question. It's a guess. It's fundamentally an estimation. And your argument will always be, when I say I don't know, I'm implying some unreasonable probability of that.
No, you can say that.
It's ridiculous.
So, has a grandiose sense of self-importance.
I do not know, fundamentally.
You don't...
Do you not hear what I'm saying?
You don't know if Leffen has a grandiose sense of self-importance.
You do not know either.
Okay. So you don't
I think he
know.
can make tweets about gamer genes. He can do whatever he wants. I think, and my guess is, as a
Okay.
person, if I saw him on the street, if I was
Yes.
friends with him IRL,
Yes,
which is
yes,
an
yes.
important claimant here, I
Okay.
would presume that he's
Then,
grandiose. I know none of that.
can we? Neither of us. You're right. You're right. We're talking about someone we have a parasocial relationship with. We're talking about an image of a person.
Yes.
So let's discuss instead the narrative character that Leffen has, that William Higelte. We're not talking about William
Yes.
Higelte. We're talking about
It's
the narrative
egotistical, 100%.
character. We're talking about the narrative character that William Higelte has created to
Can you predict
represent
my
himself.
argument?
He's
What the
created
logical
this as an
conclusion of this?
avatar of himself.
Can you predict my argument? We'll go through all 9 traits. What do you think I'm going to say at the end of it?
It's not William Higelte would be one thing. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, so the argument that I would make is that this proves my case. That if he's an egotistical persona, you can make personas that are exactly contrary to you. There's no reason why, if the persona embodies something, it has to embody the real person. And this is just like
What
a
it leaves at
maybe.
the end. You're right. At the end, you've done a good job at explaining why we won't be able to test whether the unicorn is invisible. At the end, you are right that we will still not be able to discern whether the avatar that he has created to represent himself at all represents the underlying man.
Let me raise my hand. I've
ahead.
understood your point. I'm going to flip it on its head exactly. You've accused me of having an invisible unicorn because I cannot prove or falsify Leffen's remorse. And you think because I have a guess that privately he may be not lacking remorse if I knew him as a person. That means necessarily I have a false belief. Let me turn on the exact opposite head. I think that you have a belief about Leffen being fundamentally remorseless. I think there's no proof for it. I think it's your invisible unicorn. I think you've constructed a mental model around it.
Yeah, I guess what I'll say is that I'm
Leffen's
probably just going to.
necessarily
You put me in 100 situations where I see Leffen do something wrong, and then I make a prediction about whether or not he'll apologize. My personal model is going to have him not apologize. That's what I mean.
What I'm claiming is that we don't know the situations. I can come up with a hypothetical right now, and we wouldn't know it. If I said hypothetically, Leffen would make a small apology about hacks and say that he's sorry. You'd say that never happened. If I said Leffen got into an argument with his girlfriend and he was sorry about it, I'm certain that it's happened before. If I said, if you look at the Swedish Smash scene, Leffen has personally become friends with people that he was not friends with before, and most likely expressed some remorse of that over time. You would also know that would happen. And so the more extreme version of hypotheticals, if you want to make it actually analogous to yours, would be situations like Leffen showed remorse when he refriended people that he previously had disagreements with.
Yeah. So I guess, well, I don't know if I wouldn't be surprised, yes, if he showed some remorse privately to people. I don't know. So him reforming relationships with people is not evidence that he did express remorse. Actually, you can just
of course,
forget about it, but not express remorse.
Make that my claim. I say I'm going to claim as an argument that Leffen expressed remorse in his private scenarios.
He could.
What's your evidence against that? What's your source about it? How do you falsify it?
It's unfalsifiable.
It's the same as the unicorn. It's why it's so frustrating to talk about.
Wait.
This is why I'm frustrated when I'm
No. My thing is falsifiable. I'm making claims about how he'll act. And they could be borne out or not.
I'm saying he could apologize still. I've never disagreed with that.
Yeah. In any case.
This is why this is so frustrating, is that this is talking about beliefs, and you've constructed your own invisible unicorn about this, where every single mental model, maybe he's a Machiavellian, maybe he's lying about it.
Where's my belief in belief?
What
is the you're saying when you're saying I believe in belief, you're saying that there's actually a different model that explains my beliefs than what I think is. Okay.
Yes.
So what's the model that you think is secretly underneath that my model is functionally isomorphic to? If you're saying that I'm suffering in belief, if you're saying to me that I'm suffering from belief in belief, then you're saying that I'm actually that there's how do I say this? That there's actually there's a super model above my model I'm not aware of, and I'm acting in accordance with it. So what is this super model that you think I'm in accordance of?
Yes, I would say it's a certain type of belief in narcissism based on a biomedical understanding of certain type of people's brains that predispose them to certain outcomes. That's the underlying structure, is that you have a belief about certain personality traits that are over-determining and result in certain kinds of people that maybe not irredeemable, I use the wrong word, but are fixed, and they lead to certain negative outcomes. And as an associated belief, the secondary one, you have certain considerations with dark triad, narcissism, egoism. The problem is that I think your actual model that you've described in interpersonal interactions is one much more of he could be this, he may not. Maybe personality traits exist, maybe they not. It's much more flexible. And so your belief in belief fundamentally is that you must, for your argument to be true, all of the statement, for your argument to be true, the DSM-V5 notion of a narcissistic personality that results in people who are dark triad, as Hack said, is a fundamental fixed point of your belief. But when you describe it and you argue around it, instead it's a much more nebulous constellation of we can't know, maybe we know, yada, yada,
yes,
yada.
because
But
you're
you do believe fundamentally that Leffen is like that kind of person, dark triad, you know?
Yeah, I think that he is. I could be wrong. And there's a lot he could do that would change my mind.
Like what? Besides the remorse part. Like anything else.
So we agree it's impossible he's going to express remorse. That's never going to happen.
No, I do not. I just think that we beat him to death. I think it could happen.
Okay. We beat him to death. Okay.
I think there's other
Apart from
explanations for
expressing
remorse.
So what else could he do? Okay, I guess if you're asking what could he do, like say one thing and it would change my mind, there's not a lot of like single things that would suddenly demonstrate other things. There are long-term patterns that could change.
I think this happened, is my read of it, to be
Some
clear.
of them
like, I think that he was more retaliatory before than he is now. I think he was more egotistical before than he is now. I think he shows more remorse and capability for guilt now.
So I also want to say my
know?
personal sense of narcissism is not something that is fixed. Rather, it's something that's relatively stable over time.
Yes.
The amount can change.
It's like sticky.
The way,
Like,
yeah. I'm not trying to like...
I'm not
trying to brand him with this thing that he's always been and always going to be, because I completely admit that his behavior is better now than it was then.
But this is my belief about belief part, is that I think you believe this, that you're claiming right now, that your resistance and you're flexible, maybe your opinion about Leffen would change. I'm claiming no. My guess about your unicorn is that you probably do believe fundamentally that Leffen is like an evil person.
To demonstrate this, you have to present some hypotheticals and ask me. So you'd have to show that basically every hypothetical you create, I somehow still turn it into Leffen being a narcissist. So show me some hypotheticals where he expresses remorse, and I suddenly go, no, he's still a narcissist.
This is why you're objectively right. I'd actually need to like draw a classificatory chart for this. Is that the Yudkowsky belief about belief framework does not work here because you have a relatively changeable opinion.
Okay, the belief about belief is not an objective thing. It's a rhetorical tool.
Exactly.
It's an appeal to people to maybe pay attention to the fact that everyone who's defending him basically acts like he's a narcissist. So maybe Hacks wasn't completely psychotic for saying he's a narcissist. We all basically believe the same thing.
Tool is that I understand your article and read it closely. My appeal is that I think when talking about your opinions over the course of 4 hours, it's revealed the fact that your opinions about Leffen are far, far less critical than would seem on initial look. And so my guess here, and I could be completely wrong, but the part that feels like the rhetorical trick here is that your initial assumption about Leffen
you're talking about Mott and Bailey.
Resistant to evidence.
Are you suggesting that there's a kind of Mott and Bailey going on, where I'm putting out something that's like insanely inflammatory about Leffen, and then you talk to me, I'm like, well, it's also nuanced. Like, yes, of course, he's just a human. It's complicated. Someone died, and people need to take accountability, and I think that I still think that he's complicit, and I think that all the people around it are complicit. I do think that all those really drastic things. I made the AI picture of Leffen holding the death note with Aziz's name on it and saying killer, and I think that that's narratively. I think that there's some truth in that. the
It's
truth.
also very wrong, right? In what ways do you think that's wrong to do so? If you think so, I'm just curious.
So I think that that stories can contain narrative truths, and so the
Sure.
thing that's true about it is that so Hacks said that Hacks made some prophecies that Leffen's narcissistic traits, that his access to a Death Note, his ability to use social media, would destroy the Smash community, and so what I'm saying with that picture is, wow, there's a sense Leffen really did kind of have a Death Note.
I disagree strongly. I think you would too, upon reflection of it. Like, I understand you can make the argument that like it's emotional and it's grief based and all that. So I wouldn't disagree there. Or like there is a truth to it in the way that all narratives have a truth into it.
It's
But
as art.
if it's
It's art.
if it's contradicted by other facts, like I fundamentally believe that Leffen, like I said before, was not displaying narcissistic behavior in any of the instances that Hacks described, just other than the initial evidence.zip cases. And so as a result, I don't believe in the Death Note. And I don't think you believe in the Death Note either.
The
That's a yes or no question. Do you believe in the Death Note? You know?
Not like do I believe in the Death Note? It's a piece of art. And I think that it has a message. Yeah, I think it has a message worth reckoning with. Oh, are you asking me, do I think... Okay, because if you ask me, do I believe in the Death Note, do I think that Leffen literally has a Death Note? No. But obviously that's not what you mean.
Wow, yeah.
Do I think that Leffen is literally a killer? No, not literally. I think, though, that he is...
Could you unpack that a little bit? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so for example, he doesn't have any legal complicit, he's not legally liable.
But you want to model the Smash community on the legal scene. We need to go back to that. Like, that's your ideal version of norms around
I
bank.
think...
And yet he's not legally culpable.
What I want to say is that...
There should be a tension there.
Yeah, I think when I talk about the legal... So people want to say, oh, Smash isn't the law. It's like all... There's no law. It's just like volunteer stuff. But I guess all I mean is that the legal system was constructed the way it was, like for a lot of really good reasons, to solve a lot of really good problems, and that we should take some inspiration from it. Yeah, and so...
and so you not think you're performing mob justice right now by saying that legally Leffen could not be indicted on any of this?
Wait.
I'm going to draw AI artifact.
Yeah. So you want to say... Okay, legally as in U.S. government legally, no. But legally as in Smash community legally, yeah. So...
you should address the implications of that.
Yeah, I think that if someone... So I think that if someone has an audience and they contribute to the cyberbullying of someone until that person kills themselves, the United States government has nothing to say to them, but I think that the Super Smash Brothers government should have a lot to say to them.
Why do you think there's a strong divergence here between the Smash community and the government? Because the reasons why you establish a divergence are the exact same reason why people justify removing people from the community before there's substantial evidence. They justify every claim you probably disagree with about due process because of this.
Oh, I think that there could be due process for it. Yeah, I think we could open it to discussion. We could show all of the facts. We could put Leffen on the stand, and we could interrogate him and ask him, do you feel remorse? Do you think that you... Oh my God, if we could have Leffen on the stand, would all your questions for me about whether we could test this or not, I think if we put Leffen on the stand, we could test a whole lot of shit about these things. I think we could figure out pretty quickly.
Model for governance. In my opinion, it's a terrible model for governance, and I think there is a fundamental contradiction.
Wait. Trials are?
No, the style of trial. I could put you on trial right now for in the Smash community for defamation of Leffen by including the killer tweet, and in some hypothetical version of laws and norms
Yes.
that I envision, he would be culpable and
That's a
responsible, which I think
lot
you're doing too.
preferable. Yes, I think that would be a good way of doing it because the system right now is that a guy adds you onto a spreadsheet and then all the TOs everywhere just ban you and you don't get to talk
Yes.
to them or anything. So I think actually what would
Do
be a
you think
decent
there'd be
system is that when they decide that maybe you did a bannable thing, that they put you on the stand and then you have someone who can represent you and you can say what you think or feeling. And to the degree that this is like too much infrastructure to do, that's fine. But I think something that okay, I'm talking about like obviously an extreme ideal, but I think
I like challenging people's ideals, so I accept it as a given. So instead of doing a positive case, let's do a negative case. You think that they should be fully transparent in public, right?
There are going to be hypotheticals where I'll agree that it should be private, or where there are details.
Case?
No. There's going to be details like if it's about intimate, like fucking where did you touch them on the doll? There's going to be.
But that was all of the Me Too cases.
Not all of them. No.
Vast majority.
Yeah,
like,
no. Okay, even then, I think you can handle it. No, in the justice system, there is shit that's dealt with privately in the justice system. There's shit that's too...
Very rarely.
Rarely, yes, especially under criminal law, but even still, I think...
No rape case would be hidden, for example. All those are public,
Yes.
By definition.
But I think... But in the American legal system, that's because there's such a weight for presumption of innocence. So you have to meet such a high standard. Versus here, there's a little bit less of a presumption of innocence. And so the victim themselves, because we want people to feel comfortable coming forward. So there should be some considerations. So, for example, when something has to be secret, the person who is... This is, again, an ideal. No, okay, hold on. One pause. I think it's fine for there to be some cases, there's some situations where there are private details, but someone who acts a representative for the accused and a representative for the prosecutor get to look at this evidence in closed doors and figure out a way to dissect the really important elements and present it in a public way. But both parties should really have some say over, this is actually super critical that this detail comes out. And then if there is some like really horrible detail that is actually absolutely is the linchpin to the whole thing, then maybe so. Maybe it should be in public. But you can't just point to anyways, there's going to be times where maybe I'll give you that there should be some things that are private, but it should be like largely transparent.
Okay, my problem here, we both agree. I have a very similar ideal. I think people should be more transparent. The issue is that it's more normative, it's more status quo normative than you think. That's already very similar to what happens now. It's just that it should be more public and done better than it is, which I'm fine claiming. Also, I do really have to go right now, like 5 minutes from now, so we can make some concluding points. But my main problem is that like I don't think you believe these things. That's why I have a belief about belief problem here. Is that like okay, I had a problem early in the conversation too, where for mob justice and head rolling about Leffen. It's weird to me that you have normative ideals that are quite big and grand for how the community should deal with it, but when it deals with actually cases in practice, it's largely fine that descriptively people feel a certain way, and therefore certain outcomes should be taken. Like head should roll.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I can speak to this. I see the contradiction you're talking about, and there's a tension, and I agree. So I'll give an example. I don't know if you saw my video. I smashed my controller, and I called out the controller modder I bought it from, Rian.
Yeah, Rian.
Okay.
Get my socks, I'm listening.
Then right afterwards, some commenters were started calling Rian a killer. It's like, okay.
Yep.
That was a little irresponsible. For me, that's my line anyways, for feeling like maybe that was a little irresponsible. Rian is such a small figure in all of this. However, I wouldn't take back the video because I think also it demonstrates that there's a culpability of even playing the game, that I can't play it without feeling culpable, and the people that I'm buying my equipment from are actually involved in the dog pile on hacks. So I think like the only issue is that there's 100 people more culpable than Rian, not that Rian wasn't culpable. So I don't really take it back, but I did feel uncomfortable. Um, the I think I I don't want mob justice. But I don't have any sympathy for people who can't apologize in the face of doing horrific things. Like, as soon as someone apologizes and the mob is going after them, I'm gonna be critical of that. And I've spent a lot of time advocating against like not. Yeah. Oh, I've had a lot of fights with like the monomonthly people. So like, because I'm the only person to talk to them. Yeah, and all these arguments are literally like, could you guys just please just stop being like crazy about trans people? Just like be nicer, be the standard that you're trying to like you're asking them to hold to. Please be the standard that you're trying to like you're asking them to do, and you'll have a much better leg to stand on. But there's a tension there because I'm asking people who've been treated like at 100 level bad to be the way, way, way bigger person when they're being like 10 level bad. And so my focus just right now is not at all on the mob being like level 10 bad when someone died because of the other side. And that other side needs to accept complicity when they do. And I'm pretty sure that mob is not going to go after you. Not only am I saying that they shouldn't, I'm pretty sure that they're not going to go after you. Yeah.
I agree.
And so I just don't have sympathy for people that are getting harassed.
Can I make some concluding remarks?
Yeah, go ahead.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
But okay. Obviously, we should just talk about this more later because there's interesting thoughts here. I think that this is largely productive.
Yeah, maybe you'll show your face next time. I don't think anyone's gonna be really mad at you. I think it's been a very good faith and good conversation.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still a little bit worried, but it's fine. But it's okay. Largely, my problem is that we have the same, like you say, isomorphic model for what should happen in Smash. And so I agree. People should be more discursive. They should talk to other people. They shouldn't bandwagon. They shouldn't dogpile. I think that there's many problems with how Smash handled the Me Too part, but there's also many good parts. Like we're both split between.
I definitely agree. It had Me Too.
And we should have different conclusions. But okay, my personal issue with your statements is one. I would say that you have a false model of complicity compared to how most people deal with it. And I think it raises classical questions like how people should deal with genocide or injustice around them. I think they're more difficult than you make them out to be. But to be clear, I commend you. I think you did a good thing. I think more people should use that as an opportunity to think. Whereas we should think that we can do things, we have agency, actions matter, all of that.
So I'll just give my... go ahead. Go ahead.
I really have to go. I hate to say it. So go ahead. You can just write it down and tell it to me afterwards because we can talk later.
Give me 30 seconds to say goodbye.
Yeah. Go ahead. But the second point I have is that I do think that you are somewhat complicit by the same models and dogpiling on Leffen in a way that I think is harmful and bad. And I really think that if you look at the facts...
If Leffen killed himself, holy shit, would I feel fucking sick.
I know you would.
Yeah.
I know you would, but I think that the problem then is that you have a universalization of remorse that I don't think is act. Because I think people are different and you can't always use empathy to say, I would do something, somebody else would do something. But regardless, I think that the dogpiling on Leffen is wrong. I think it's immoral. I think people shouldn't be dogpiling the way they are. And I also think as a secondary claim that if you went by the case by case that people use to justify the attacks on Leffen, they're largely false and wrong if you look at the individual circumstances of it. And as a result, I think that people should be allowed to talk about it. It should be broad, it should be more public than it is. But I don't think that it should be ignored in the way that is right now. I think people should go point by point. I wish I could talk to technicals and franchise and say, you were wrong in the video here. I'm pretty confident about it. Yeah. And goddamn, I wish Leffen would say something about it too, Yeah. But in general, we largely agree. We have the same opinions on the world.
Can I get my closing? Really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Seconds. I think it actually would be really good if we could discuss Leffen's issues. Actually, I think a lot of this would have been fixed if we could have just like laid out all the things. I think if we had laid out all the things and then it was all said out in the open and then the other side acknowledged like, yeah, he did these things. It's probably not ban worthy. He shouldn't have done these. He can apologize for these. Let's move on. I think we could have easily moved on. And the fact that it was basically banned to talk about it really made it a lot worse. As for mob justice, I don't I don't want people to, obviously not violence, but I think people should express how angry they are. I do think people are complicit. Obviously I'm giving this is a very powerful form of complicity, but someone's dead and I think it was abuse. And so I think that the standards are raised now. The stakes are higher. I thank you for having the conversation. I think it's actually been a really interesting and I don't know if anyone's gonna watch it, but thank you for talking, Jack. Yeah.
I appreciate
Good luck
talking
with
to you.
your
Thanks for having me.
with your stuff. Right.
And people should like think more, is my conclusion always.
Yeah.
That like as soon as you're dogmatic and you close yourself off, even to people that you hate and you despise, it can lead to some of the worst behaviors. So just like
I agree.
everybody, ourselves included, should just listen more and listen better.
Okay. All right. Take care.
Bye.